this first. I don't think we had anything new on this one, so I don't know if we're going to hear that tonight. I don't recall seeing anything on this as-built, unless that was before and I just didn't see it.
That's at the, near the old lumber.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I know the regular.
Right, I know we got the
What they were trying
materials
to do.
before and then they were, but Carl Johnson is here and I don't know if he's here on that or something else. And then, yeah, so you did the Mullen rule on these two. So it's just you, me, and Daryl who are the voting members on those ones. And these will be continued and then,
I was signed up as having read the
yeah.
thoughts from when I was away, so
There you go.
we can vote on that.
Yeah, which is good since we only have three of us who can vote on it tonight.
And this will be a discussion that will be
Then
continued
continued, right?
again.
Yeah. Not as many people here as I thought. Not quite as many people here as I thought. Although I suppose there's still time. But,
Yeah, it's August, but
right, yeah. You can sit there if you want.
no.
It's okay with me.
Not tonight. So I was just mentioning at some point if I make a motion to thank Pilgrim, somebody will second it.
Yeah, so I was planning during the, like the old new business section to just do a thank you to him also.
Just so somebody
Right.
should say something.
Good evening, everyone. Give just another minute for people to get settled, and then we'll get started here tonight. I mean, it looks like there's quite. Maybe leave them. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Braintree Planning Board meeting tonight here for August 13th. It is 7 o'clock, and as we normally do, we'll start with our old new business before jumping into the public hearing at 7:15. So the first item on our old new business relates to what I'll normally call for the attendance of the membership up here. We have a few membership updates with the planning board that we'd like to announce. And if we could just have quiet up there. The meeting is being televised, and so it's hard for that to get conveyed through the video if there's talking in the audience. So the first member update that I'd like to make is a thank you to Bill Grove, who's here in the audience, for his many years of service to the town, including 4 more recently on the board. A well-deserved thank you. He was on the planning board from 2020 to 2024, this most recent term. Prior to that, he was on the planning board for, I believe it was 16 years, and the zoning board, and he was also previously a town meeting member. He's given a lot of time and dedication to the town, and I do want to thank him for that time. And with some of those changes, we have a new member, and I'd like to give a welcome to Robert Kane. Robert Kane is, of course, a Braintree resident being on the board. He's also a structural engineer that's worked on public and private projects, and we're very thankful to have him as a member of the board joining us on some of the projects that come in. That's a take that will be helpful up here on the board, so welcome. Yeah. And then 2 other updates. Jen Conley has been an alternate of the board for, I believe it was 1.5 to 2 years. She has been put to a full member. She is unfortunately unable to be here tonight. She was hoping to participate remotely, even though she's unavailable to be here in person this evening. But some of the technology that we have in this room and the video, there's a delay in the video, and it's hard to have the phone participation. So she is unable to participate in a way that makes it fulfilling both for her role as a member and being able to interact with the audience. She is going to be watching the video, and she'll be here in September to comment and be here for any applications that come up for vote in September. And then the last update is, although he's not here this evening, I want to give a thank you to Dave Storlazzi. He was appointed in the late fall of 2023, and he resigned recently, and he was a valuable member while he was here, and we understand the resignation, and just want to wish him the best and thank him for his service. All right. So now, for the members that are here tonight, we have Member McCamey, Member Kent, new Member Kane, and myself, Kim Crowa, and so thank you for being here this evening. We will move forward to the next item, which is the approval not required subdivision plans. The first item is 460R and 468 Pond Street. We'll hear from the applicant. If you just please introduce yourself.
For the record, Madam Chairman, my name is Carl Johnson. Excuse me, Carl Johnson. I represent Matthew and Michael Fabiano, both individually and as managers of M&M Fabiano LLC. This is a Form A plan that was, we had comments from the planning director. Those have been conformed by the registered land surveyor, and we believe it meets all the requirements for 81P for the approval not required plan. I'd be glad to answer any questions. There was a special permit that was granted to the site, one of the sites. The two young gentlemen own a lot of property up there. That is both 468, which is a single-family home, 460, which was previously used as a two-family home for which a special permit was granted by this board. And in the rear, there's a 460R, which is 73,500 square feet, and another lot to that, which is 47,000 square feet. This simply restores a rectangular shape to the lot, conveys 1,800 feet, adds it to 468. 468 Pond Street is in conformance with all zoning for the area. The area is zoned Residence B in the Watershed Protection District and has been in their family since 1907.
Director Santucci-Razzi, do you have any
Madam
comments?
Chair, if I may, through you to the board, there was a revised A&R plan that was submitted. Minor revisions were required. Those have been done, and the appropriate LLC has been referenced on the application. I have a decision plate ready to go if this is acted favorably upon. And just for the record, Member Kane cannot vote on this particular one because the application was submitted and already continued. Double check the statute. We just need a simple majority for endorsement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so, are there any members of the board that have any comments? Member McCamey?
No questions.
Member Kent?
No questions.
Okay. All right, and I don't have any questions. Thank you. So with that, I'd be looking for a motion to endorse the A&R plan.
So move.
All right, a motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. The next item is an A&R plan for 110 Hancock Street. I understand we're tabling that till September. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. Attorney Johnson, again, he's pursuing some relief from the zoning board related to that particular lot split, and he signed a second extension that'll take us through after the September meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, next item on our agenda is a request for minor modification from 125 Union Street.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Frank Marinelli for Torrington Properties. With me is Sean Donahue, Development Director with Torrington, and also Matt Page from VAI. So the request is pretty straightforward, and the staff has written a report recommending the minor modification. Condition number 58 currently says that the building permit cannot be drawn until certificates have been received from MassDOT. The MassDOT process is well underway, and that's the Section 61 finding and also the access permit. But that's going to take until December to get the access permit. Matt Page from VAI can speak to the process. It's going very well with Mass DOT, but we certainly don't want to lose the construction season and want to keep going with the construction. It's part of the minor amount of economic development that we have going on right now, and we've certainly worked on the site. It looks better than it's ever looked in terms of the decades of blight that existed down there. The site work has gone very well. I think the staff would attest to that, and we'd like to keep constructing and draw the building permit and change the prior to the issuance of the building permit to prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit. So the buildings could not be occupied, which are two small buildings. You'll recall that there was over 40,000 square feet of building mass down there, the old hotels. And when we took down the old hotels, the new development, the Chick-fil-A building is 5,200 and the Brookline Bank is 2,500. Two small buildings, less than 20% of what existed down there. Plus we're going to have hundreds of new plantings that grace the perimeter of the property. So that's the request, simply to change that phrase from prior to the issuance of a building permit to prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have a staff report on this. Is there anything the staff wants to add?
Just to piggyback on Attorney Marinelli's comments, we've been working diligently with the applicant since their approval in December. They've been before multiple state agencies. Since their approval, they received a certificate of the Secretary of Energy and Environmental on the single environmental impact report back in June 28th, 2024, concluding that no further MEPA review is required and the project may proceed to permitting. The applicant in their submittal has identified that they expect their Section 61 finding from MassDOT by the end of August 2024. And as stated earlier, they're not going to have their state highway access permit most likely until December. I drove by the site recently, binders down, the curbing's in, all the utilities are in. There's some other minor site work in terms of landscaping and whatnot that needs to be completed. But the applicant, in terms of what they can do before a building permit, is very limited. So without altering the condition, they're waiting until December and losing the fall season to begin construction.
All right, thank you. Let's see if any members have any questions. Member McCamey?
Thank you. So this process seems to be very well defined. And my question to you is, why should we go forward with this in terms of what risks does this bring to the town?
I believe most of the risk falls on the applicant because the way this is crafted right now as proposed to you, they can't inhabit the building until they have their state highway access permits. So that building can be constructed, but if they don't get that highway access permit in December, they're continuing to wait. So they could have a building that's built and empty and waiting until December, January, February, March, until they get those permits, and then they can get their certificate of occupancy and then begin training for the fast food establishment and the bank and whatnot towards opening the site. So the town on the town side of risk, it's lower.
Okay, it's lower, but I'm not aware that we have typically done this before. Is that the case? I can't think of one time we've ever done this.
I think this situation was rather unique. Back in December, if I recall, there was close to 100 conditions for this applicant. It was well vetted, and there was a lot of work done to get towards that. But I don't recall, unless Melissa does. Yeah, we did on CVS over on the corner of Liberty and Grove.
Decisions in the past have generally just read that the approval is subject to all other permits, state and local, and that would cover it. But in this instance, there was the additional phrases put in. So, you know, we're accustomed to seeing conditions and decisions that simply refer to any other permits needed from the state.
Okay, no, I understand that, but you know, we're making an exception here, and I'm just concerned about that. So I'm sorry, the director said we did this for CVS?
Yes, if I may, through the chair to Member McCamey, the CVS at Liberty and Grove Street, they obtained their building permit prior to getting their access permit. They were well under construction. The access permit, I believe, was sometime in June it was granted. In this particular instance, if they hadn't done anything with MEPA and they were just literally sitting and they wanted something like this, they really have, Connor and the VIA team and the folks from Torrington have been working on this very diligently, along with our peer consultant, Greg Lucas. So things are forthcoming, things are moving, the applicant is responsive, and I don't want to speak for Connor, but I think that's why he's making the favorable recommendation. We've been talking about this in the office quite a bit, and once the MEPA certificate was issued, that created a different comfort level that things are in the right direction. They're following the instructions from the various reviewing agencies through the certificate, so that is they've clearly taken steps and demonstrated that they are pursuing what is needed from the state.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member McCamey. Member Kent?
No questions.
And Member Kane, you get to vote on this one. Do you have any questions or comments?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have any issues with this. I did have a chance to read through the MIPA documents provided, and there has been an extensive review, so I don't have any issue with the suggested modification to allow the site to continue on. So with that, I guess we'd be looking for a motion to amend condition 58B of decision 2301 as stated in the staff report.
So move.
We have a motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second? We have a second by Member Kane. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so three yeses, one no, and passes. Thank you. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, you need 4. Oh, okay. I was thinking those. Apologies. Okay. are
Can we
there-
ask for reconsideration to answer any other questions? Matt Page from VAI is here. If you want to know the process with MassDOT, it's well along and being, as the staff said, it's being diligently pursued. So I would respectfully ask for reconsideration and have him explain anything that might be a question. He's the expert. He's the one that's working with MassDOT. Do you want him to explain that? Where the project stands?
Or it's not a public hearing that needed to be closed. I
Yeah.
think that it would be okay to have him come up and give further explanation, and then we can discuss it as a board.
Do you want to talk about where the process stands? Yeah. Yeah, right here.
So I think it was 2 weeks ago, we made our initial submission to Mass DOT, the 25% design. After that, they have 6 to 8 weeks to review the document, the design documents, the plans, the specifications, the permit application. After that, they'll give us review comments, then we make another 7,500% submission. They have another 4 to 6 weeks to review those documents. They'll come back with more review comments. We resubmit, and they have another 4 to 6 weeks with PS&E, plan specs and estimate. After that, it could be another submission, but we were targeting a December date for obtaining that permit, and we need that permit to get the occupancy. I will say that this work is for on Route 3. It's not directly in front of the site. We're working with the town to get all of the signal timing changes at the Union and Ivory intersection, as well as Ivory Street work, building sidewalk. This is kind of not a satellite location, but it is off of that adjacent on-ramp. It is a lengthy process. If you have any specific questions, I can answer them.
The permit that's outstanding relates to extending the off-ramp that was part of the application. Is there any part of the permit that relates to the state? I think that the site, was the curb cut changing at the site? I can't recall off the top of my head.
Not the curb cut. This is all work on Route 3 southbound.
Okay, and so as far as the risk to the town, if, for example, there was some negative feedback that came as a surprise based on the prior conversations, where would that leave you as the applicant?
What do you mean?
So you don't have the permit before the building permit, which is how it is in the conditions. If you get the permit prior to the certificate of occupancy or at some later date, what type of interaction is still involved from DOT for that? Is it a permit is issued, permit is denied, permit is with conditions? What does that permit look like, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I guess the only revisions would be to work on Route 3 and, yes, I guess I can let Jeff jump in a minute, but yeah, it's all Route 3 work. They wouldn't expand the scope. We have a pretty defined scope with DOT. We met with them earlier, I think it was a month or so ago. We went through the MIPA, kind of outlined what will be in the Section 61, so it's pretty defined. Jeff, if you want to hop in.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just by way of kind of a follow-up to what Mitch has been, I'm sorry, getting the microphone set here. So Jeffrey Dirk with Vanessa and Associates, we're the transportation consultants on the project. Just to follow up on some of what my colleague Mitch was talking about, just a couple things as it relates to the permit that we're seeking from MassDOT. You know, we've completed the MIPA process, as you heard. Once we've completed that process, we did have, we submitted what's known as a Section 61 finding to MassDOT, which codifies all of the mitigation that we're going to do on the state highway and allows us to obtain the permit. So that was filed. The other thing we did was have a meeting with MassDOT to go through all of the improvements that this board approved, and specifically as it relates to the work on the ramp. MassDOT has approved that work, and what my colleague has been describing is that process that we have to go through now with formally having the design plan submitted. So we submit those plans to the district office in Boston, but also the Boston headquarters has to review it. So this is a little bit different than if we were doing work, say, on Route 53 or Route 18. It needs to go to the headquarters because we're working on Route 3. So it's different than just having the district office review it. So it's a little bit more cumbersome in terms of the process. But that aside, as you're speaking about risks as it relates to the town, just to be very clear, we cannot open the restaurant until all improvements that were identified as a part of both the local approval process as well as the work on the ramp, it all has to be done and signed off on. So there is no way that the applicant can open any piece of this project, the Chick-fil-A restaurant or the bank, until all work is done, work on the town road, work on the ramp. So the risk, as you heard from the attorney, is completely on the applicant. They can put those buildings up. They could even come here and ask for a temporary occupancy certificate. Even if you were to grant it, they still can't open the restaurants because Mass DOT and the state have said nothing can open on this site to customers or to a bank customer until all work is done, including the construction on the ramps. So I think what's being requested as it relates to implications on the town in terms of giving up your rights, there are no rights being given up by doing this because they can't open the restaurant until the ramp work is done. So really what they're asking for is just to allow for the site work to proceed. Again, it's at the applicant's risk because they can build the buildings, be ready to open, but nothing can happen on that site to open it to customers until the ramp work is done, as well as all the work that the board has approved on the town roadways. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Member McCamey, do you have any additional questions?
I think that was very clear, sir. Thank you very much. My concern is exactly what you stated. You should be, we went through a lengthy process on this, and now this is a well-defined process, you know, about permits being issued. We're coming back and we're asking for it, and I want to make absolutely sure that there is no risk, zero risk to this town for anything. Because we, as you know, because you were here,
Yes.
we spent a lot of time going through this.
Correct.
And I still have reservations, obviously. So that's why I again, zero risk to this town for anything.
Yeah, so I can tell you that the way the permit is written through the state is we cannot open, and this is in the Section 61 finding, which is a legally binding document that gets filed with, it's actually filed at the Registry of Deeds. This applicant cannot open one building on that site until such time as all of the improvements that were required as a result of the approval of the project are completed and approved by the state. So again, it's at the applicant's risk, and this is not an uncommon request. It happens in other communities as well. The reason for it is really the MassDOT time process. And unfortunately, as the town went through the due diligence and we needed to file with the state, we're in the midst of obviously the summer season. So MassDOT, like most offices, their employees are on vacation. It's extremely difficult. In fact, if I ask for a meeting with MassDOT, I can't get it until September because the staff is away on vacation. So there's delays not only in terms of we can file the plans quickly, but there's no one there to review them. So that also kind of pushes out the timeline. But again, I think zero risk I can almost guarantee you that there's zero risk because that's the state permit. They will not allow this restaurant to open or the bank to open until the work on Route 3 is done.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Madam Chair, based on what I heard, even though I'm hesitant, I would be willing to reconsider.
Okay. And so with that, I guess I would just ask you to confirm that that's a motion to reconsider. And then we would have a second on the motion and vote, and then we would take a second vote. So, okay, so that's a motion to reconsider by Member
Please.
McCamey. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Second.
Second by Member Kent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and now we'll take a second vote on a motion we're looking for a motion to amend condition 58B of decision 2301.
So move.
And so we have a motion by Member Kent on the second vote to amend condition 58 of decision 2301. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second from Member Kane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I thought that was 4. All right, thank you. Thank you for the clarification on that. Okay. The next item on our list is request for as-built approval for 2535 Commercial Street. I understand that we're tabling that until September?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And the next item on our list is approval of the meeting minutes for July 9th, 2024. So Member Kane, you won't be voting on this one since you weren't here. So we have a motion to approve those meeting minutes. Do we have a motion?
Well, I was not here either.
Oh, you were not here either.
But I
Okay.
have, I watched the proceedings.
Yeah, okay, we'll just table that until September. That makes more sense. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, we are past our 7:15 start time for the public hearings. So what we will do now is start with the continued public hearings and then move on to the new public hearings. These, unlike the prior discussions, are public hearings, so we'll be inviting public up for any comments or questions, and just state your name for the record if you come up. The first item for the continued public hearings is 20 Jensen Farm Road, Planning Board File 2408.
Good evening, Madam Chair and member of the board. For the record, my name is Chi Man from Hardyman Design Group, civil engineers representing our client, the homeowner, on this project. Just a quick recap. We've been on with presenting to the board back in June, and the owner of 20 Jensen Farm Road and 30 Jensen Farm Road jointly together built a retaining wall. They actually applied for a permit to build a wall, but the wall ended up to be more than 2 feet. At the same time, the owner of 20 Jensen Farm Road had the contractor build a second wall on their properties. So what we are asking for on this application is to retroactively approve the work that has been done, and also there are some mitigation works that has been presented to the Conservation Commissions, and that was approved by the Conservation Commissions and part of this grading permit process to approve those remaining work, and also the restoration work within the wetland buffer zone. Such work as they are looking to restore the buffer area where they create a gravel path. Also, there is a stacked stone wall. They have to remove the stone. some of the grading work behind the existing wall because they got a cease and desist order, so they stopped backfilling. So part of the work is waiting for the approval so they can properly backfill behind the wall. And there are some of the improvements, such as putting in a fence and so forth, and putting in, they are proposing a shed at the back corner of the site, and also proposing to install some plantings on the, along the property lines. We had received staff comments back in June, I believe, and we've been working with the owner. Unfortunately, the owner was out of the country at the time, so we could not answer some of the questions back in the July meeting. So we touched base with the owner after they returned to the country. We have addressed all the comments that the staff raised, and we submit revised plan and additional documents to the staff. And I believe I just got the second comments today, and I believe we have pretty much addressed all the items. They asked a couple items that has concern with the staff, such as the slope, how to address the rear slope, and I believe we have addressed that. We are going to use some riprap and some vegetation, revegetate the slope to make it stable. And some questions about were there any permit that was pulled for the work? The answer is no, because again, this is the part of the retroactive approval, and the owner is going to be agreed to reapply any permit that was subject to the wall constructions. There is a plastic electrical conduits that were buried in the ground. There was no permit, but there's no wire neither, so I don't think they require a permit for the empty conduits. But I did advise the owner that if they in the future pull any wire, they will have to apply for a wiring permit. So have that said, I did review the draft conditions and have no questions. So yeah, have any questions from the board?
Okay, thank you. And Director Santucci-Razzi, we do have your staff report dated today. Do you have anything else you'd like to add tonight?
No, there were some different conditions that we added here in discussion with the building inspector. It included a condition that the applicant, because a lot of the work was completed without benefit of permit, building inspector Russ Forsberg will go out, make an inspection, and whatever corrective action, permits, et cetera, that he feels are required need to be obtained. The other thing that's a little unusual, I think the applicant is doing a lot of the work themselves, weekends, which is great. So they're asking for an extended period of time, which is 2 years, but getting the building inspector out there and getting the permits cleaned up has to happen by October 1st. So if I have concerns about one of the walls, so we just want to make sure that before he keeps adding or doing more work, the building inspector can go out and make an evaluation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member McCamey, any questions or comments?
Thank you. Thanks for this update, Mr. Mann. Of course, when this project first came in, it was a real mess. And sounds like the director and the building inspector, have taken control. Does your applicant understand all the things that he has to,
Yes, I will be explaining to them because, there is a language barrier. They are new immigrant to the country, and they are not aware of all the laws that, the local bylaw that the town has. And I have been trying to explain to them more like interpreter on top of engineer.
very importantly, just given the topography and everything, you're talking about stone walls, our concern, and I think the director said as much, is safety, right? So
yes,
we'd like to make sure that it gets done right. So, all right. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Kent?
Just, Director Santucci-Razzi, please remind me, what are the ramifications if the steps are not followed as laid out in here?
If he doesn't comply with the conditions,
Right.
We would, if those materials are not submitted and the building inspector doesn't go out, then we would ask that a cease and desist, there's already a cease and desist, a second one be issued, so that until that takes place, there's not going to be any fixing of slopes and taking down other things. So that's how we would handle that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And I don't have any additional questions. I just note, because we have a large audience here, this grading permit comes up over and over again, where homeowners aren't aware that if they change the grade of their properties, on certain levels spelled out in the bylaws, that a grading permit is required. So we run into a lot of time trying to figure out what was there before. So just public service announcement while people are here. If you didn't know about it, if you're thinking about changing the grade in your lawn, you should look at it. And this is a public hearing, so I'll ask if there's anybody who has any comments or questions on the 20 Jensen Farm Road application. Okay, so with that, and the voting members on this are Member McCamey, myself, and Member Kent, and be looking for a motion to enter the correspondence list into the record.
So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second from Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
And a motion to issue the grading permit with conditions laid out in the staff report number 2. We'd be looking for that motion.
We'll make it 3 in a row. So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, and the next item on our agenda is 375, 379 Granite Street, Planning Board File 2410. Whenever you're ready, you may go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Sean Hardy, professional engineer with Hardy and Mann Design Group. At the previous meet, so this is a proposed 2 residences to be constructed. So we're seeking a grading permit at the 375, 379 Granite Street. At the previous meeting, we had received staff reports and some questions from the board. So we've since had a site walk, and we submitted revised materials, including the approved A&R plan that shows the easements, and that has been recorded so that those easements to construct this in the common driveway are now set in stone. We've submitted a landscape plan showing 22 arborvitae trees and 10 oak and maple trees along the property line to create some screening that represents 32 trees, whereas 23 would be required. So we're over that. We've revised the grading permit plan to depict additional topography on the other adjacent properties as required by the bylaw. We also included the proposed trees on there, and finally we changed the language in the project narrative to say that the access for trucks will be at the existing driveway that's substantially long enough that we won't have any cars or trucks queuing in on Granite Street. So I know that was a very reasonable concern from staff. So fortunately, this driveway is very long. It has enough room to turn around vehicles up there, so that's the plan.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Assistant Director Murphy, we have your staff report dated August 8th. Is there anything else that you'd like to add tonight?
Just 2 things, if I may, through the chair to the board. This grading permit is for 2 years. In speaking with the applicant, he says the 2 years is needed in terms of finding a buyer for the property and constructing the dwelling and whatnot. So there's a condition in there relative to 2 years expiration. And then condition 44 speaks to the applicant's need to appear before MassDOT in order to reconfigure the curb cut along Granite Street, as well as doing some landscaping work abutting the right-of-way. Additionally, staff would like to add that any utilities that they are altering be included in that permit under condition 44.
Okay. Thank you. Member McCamey, any comments or questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Member Kent?
Just one question about the shared driveway.
Yes.
Is that common, or does that create any issues? Or
Our bylaw allows for up to 2 lots to utilize a common driveway, and given Granite Street's 2 lanes each direction, it's encouraged. So I don't see any issues for the applicant. They have the required access easement for the abutting property to use the common driveway, and it's designed to where it's not going to cause a conflict for one or another trying to exit or enter the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I guess just, I believe you said it, but you read the conditions. You don't have any questions or concerns with those, correct?
We've read it and there's no questions or concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, I'd be looking for a motion to enter the correspondence list into the record.
So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, and now oh, I'm sorry, it's a public hearing. So before we go ahead and close it, this is a public hearing on 375, 379 Granite Street, if anyone has any comments or questions with respect to that application. Okay, so now I'll be looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and now we'll be looking for a motion to grant the grading permit with conditions set forth in the staff report.
So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, so the next item on our agenda is the special permit and site plan review for 238 and 310 Grove Street. I understand that there has been a request for this matter to be continued without testimony. So I'd just be looking for a motion to continue to, do you have the date of the September hearing? September 10th. Okay, so we'd be looking for a motion to continue 238, 310 Grove Street to September 10th.
So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. And the next on our agenda is 119 and 133 Commons Street. There was another request for the matter to be continued without testimony, so we'd be looking for a motion to continue that to September 10th. Do we have a motion?
We can do that. So move.
Motion by Member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. All right. Which brings us to the first new public hearing on the agenda, which is Town Council Order 24-034, Mixed Use Planning Development District. This is a public hearing. We'll go through, we'll read the public notice into the record. There will be an opportunity for the public to speak. Considering that the group is all still here, I understand that people are here to comment on this application. I'm just going to ask, it is a large crowd. We do want to let the applicant have a chance to have their presentation and have members of the public have the ability to comment on the application and ask questions as well. So I'm just going to ask that the comments be on topic, people try not to be repetitive, and most importantly, that everybody be respectful during the process. Booing and other disrupting will not be tolerated. I understand there's strong feelings about the application. When people approach the microphone, make sure to say your name and your address so we can pick it up as a matter of public record. And just keep in mind that we're all representatives of Braintree and we're all working towards hearing the application. And so I'm just going to reiterate that I do ask people to be respectful. And with that, I will turn it over to staff to read the legal notice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Notice is given by the Planning Board under the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 48, Sections 5 and 11, and the Braintree Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 135, Articles 6 and 15, that a public hearing will be conducted on Tuesday, August 13, 2024, at 7:15 p.m. in the Braintree Town Hall. The planning board will provide a recommendation to the town council on order 24-034 submitted by the property owners, Braintree Property Associates Limited Partnership, SSP 131 Lakeside LLC, and SSP 135 Lakeside LLC. Pursuant to Section 135-612 zoning map and zoning ordinance text amendments are proposed for the creation of a PUD district known as the Mixed-Use Planned Unit Development, MUPUD. The land to be rezoned into the MUPUD district is a portion of 250 Granite Street, shown on map 2089 as Plot 22, 135 Lakeside Drive, shown on map 2039 as Plot 17, 131 Lakeside Drive, shown on map 2039 as Plot 6, and street layouts of Bonneview Road, Silver Road, and portions of Lakeside Drive. The land area to be rezoned into the PUD district is 10.32 acres and is currently zoned Highway Business and Residence B.
And I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, Chairperson Croha and members of the planning board, ladies and gentlemen. My name, for the record, is Frank Marinelli. I'm a lifelong resident of Braintree and land use attorney with my business located in Braintree for over 38 years. I'm pleased to represent Zom Living, who has developed nearly 30,000 quality apartments nationwide, approximately $5 billion in development. Zom is proposing to build 325 needed residences on an unused back parking lot at South Shore Plaza, a $140 million transformation and investment in Braintree. Over the past 4 years, other communities have created housing and economic development using planned unit development and zoning overlays, well-known established zoning processes. But Braintree has not done so and has regressed despite its superior location, culminating in an $18 million deficit, reputational harm, that our town is not open to quality development, teacher layoffs, and the need for an $8 million override. The June 24 override paid by us taxpayers addresses less than 1/2 of the deficit. Now, with a new administration, a new era, Braintree has a new opportunity to move forward to restore our town's financial health and build a brighter, smarter future for Braintree with necessary housing and robust economic development on 7 unused acres at South Shore Plaza, the town's commercial center. With me tonight is Jim Dunlop. Jim is the managing director of Zom. Jim has worked in good faith and been a welcome presence in our community over the past 2 years. Jim and our Zom team enthusiastically embrace community outreach and engagement. We developed a comprehensive website to keep Braintree residents well informed, featuring an extensive FAQ section, and per benchmark, our website attracted over 700 unique visitors. We also organized 7 community meetings at various times and locations, including 2 at the proposed site, to ensure maximum resident participation. And per benchmark, we had over 120 people attend those open houses. To further spread the word, we flyered neighborhoods, posted meeting details on Braintree's Facebook pages, and sent direct mail invitations through the Braintree Advertiser to 16,300 households. We sought to inform, to engage, and to accurately answer all resident questions. Everything you could want to learn about the proposed $140 million investment in Braintree at South Shore Plaza and the planned unit development process, a superior process, remains easily accessible to you on our website, theresidencesatsouthshore.com. Jeff Dirk, our traffic engineer, is here. Our planning fiscal analyst, Mark Fagier, is here. Susan Ellsbury and Lauren Scribby are also here from Benchmark Strategies. Tim Fox, development director for Simon Properties, and Clay Hallman, research director of Simon Properties, are also here, along with general manager of South Shore Plaza, Alan Smith. One of many letters and communications submitted to the planning board supporting Zom's residences is from Braintree homeowners Matt and Perry Ginn. It reflects what we heard from residents all across Braintree who want to see our town and the plaza evolve, and move forward with $140 million of economic development and quality apartments. The Ginn's letter reads, and it's entitled, quote, "Preservation of parking lots is not a path to prosperity." Braintree is a wonderful place to live and raise a family. We feel lucky to have found this community 6 years ago when we moved to the Boston area from Cleveland. Braintree is rightly proud of its strong public school system, inviting parks, and mix of commercial and residential neighborhoods. Its location makes it stand out with access to Boston, the ocean, and the South Shore. It's easy to understand why someone might want to keep it just the way it is. However, as is often said, if you're not moving forward, you're moving backward. Braintree does not exist in isolation. The world is a dynamic place, and Braintree is not immune to the world beyond its boundaries. Demographic changes, political shifts, and economic development in the Boston area and throughout Massachusetts affect us, whether we like it or not. If Braintree is to continue to prosper as a community, we must be open to opportunities for growth in a wide variety of forms. The residences at South Shore Plaza is a perfectly good development for our Braintree. It will transform an unused, unnecessary surface parking lot into a beautiful modern apartment community, providing homes for hundreds of people who don't need or want a single-family home. It includes dozens of affordable units to make housing in Braintree more accessible. It will generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in needed tax revenue for our community. The ZOM proposal is not a new sort of housing for Braintree. We already have several large apartment and condominium communities such as Jonathan's Landing, Liberty Park Apartments, Lenox Farms, and the Ridge at Blue Hills. Those are not scourges on our community. On the contrary, they add value to it by attracting hundreds of families and individuals who would otherwise live elsewhere. These are valuable members of our community who work, eat, shop, and play here, educate their children here, and contribute to civic life. No doubt some of them were long-term Braintree residents, happy to find a place to downsize to without leaving the town they love. All of them were attracted to Braintree for the amenities and the quality of life it offers. Braintree cannot sustain the level of services and quality of life its residents enjoy on the backs of single-family homeowners alone. Additional development is necessary and welcome. The ZOM proposal is a great step in the right direction for our community, and we are happy to support it. We hope you will too. Sincerely, Matthew Ginn and Perry O. Tierney Ginn. The residences at South Shore will have nearly 40% open space, as shown on our file plans, beautifully designed apartments in a single building with balconies and water views of the former dam, interior and exterior resort-style amenities, internal wrap parking design, fitness center, walking trail, pool, abundant landscaping, and great synergy with the existing shopping center. There will not be any resident vehicle access to or from Laurie's Way, to or from the residences at South Shore. The Laurie's Way boundary, which has been sealed off to and from South Shore Plaza for decades, will remain sealed off, and the separation will be substantially augmented. A thick, dense, high, 13-foot berm with green giant arborvitae on top will be installed. That is shown on our file plans. The ZOM residences are on South Shore's Plaza's property, almost 2 football fields away from the closest home located east of Flaherty School. The residences are not in a neighborhood. Our town's neighborhoods are built and mature. We all know that. The residences are on South Shore Plaza's property. Last week, the state approved $5.1 billion for housing production. $5.1 billion. We need housing. Workers are leaving our state. The residences at South Shore is a $140 million investment in housing. Quality apartments are constructed nationwide at large shopping centers, and people living there support existing businesses, and they bring new ones, and they bring employment. Local examples include Hanover Crossing, Legacy Place, Dedham, University Avenue, Westwood, Natick Mall, Chestnut Hill Shops, Marketplace, Linfield. Building quality apartments at South Shore Plaza is imperative for Braintree to be competitive and to generate revenue to fund all of our municipal services, from schools, fire, police, our library, parks, and fields. The master plan statute, General Laws 41, Section 81D, requires policies for housing and economic development. Housing for all citizens is how it reads. Creating needed apartments on over 7 acres of asphalt wasteland at South Shore Plaza, an ideal location, is good policy and in our town's best interest. One of our master plan goals, 2C on page 36 of our master plan, talks about attracting new businesses and becoming a platinum life science community. Well, that goal will not be attained without quality apartments for young workers at South Shore Plaza's live, work, and play venue. That's what the general manager, Bill Bortigi, and business manager Mike Ford of Braintree Electric Light Department talk about in their letter of support. And they state, quote, Braintree faces a stark challenge in terms of housing stock and affordability. Modern trends indicate that current and future generations are increasingly seeking urban living environments where they can walk, live, and play within the same area. This shift away from the traditional American dream underscores the need for developments like the residents at South Shore. Such projects are not just housing solutions, they are catalysts for economic vitality and modernization. And this is a really interesting quote, the next thing I'm going to read. Quote, over the last 17 years, Braintree has seen a significant decline in commercial and industrial business, with Bell's sales to this sector dropping by over 25%. This is a symptom of the lack of growth in Braintree. Businesses leave but are not replaced, end quote. Braintree businesses leave and aren't replaced. Without adding housing, that is a terrible harbinger for Braintree. They identify in their letter the residences at South Shore as the piece that's needed for sustainability of Braintree's commercial tax base, which funds the bulk of our municipal services, including schools, police, and fire. Planned unit development and zoning overlays are the modern day processes, compared to obstruction that would set us back for years. Hanover Crossing, a $300 million mixed-use development that I represented, was approved under a planned unit development, PUD zoning bylaw, with 300 quality apartments at Hanover Crossing and the built-in consumers living there. That's what attracted Market Basket and brought Market Basket and all the new restaurants and retail to Hanover Crossing's PUD. Adding housing is the catalyst for economic development. It all works together, enacting mixed-use PUD overlay zoning, approving quality housing in the PUD, and then driving the arrival of new businesses and investment. That's the way it happens. University Avenue was also created by a mixed-use PUD. A planned unit development overlay created tens of millions of dollars of economic growth for Westwood. We need to work together as a community with Zong and with Simon to move forward to enable the plaza as an existing 1.6 million square foot shopping center, the largest regional shopping center, to evolve and to transform over 7 acres of unutilized asphalt wasteland into a $140 million economic engine through the superior zoning process of planned unit development. The staff report itself describes the current site as, quote, attractive to homeless people setting up camps as well, end quote. What is PUD? PUD is an established and protective zoning process that enables creation of housing and economic development. PUD is authorized by state law, Chapter 40A, and by our own bylaw, Section 612. It is an overlay. PUD is an overlay. Number one, it requires 2 of 3 of the following: residential, commercial, and open space, excuse me. ZOM currently complies. We have easily 2 of the uses, residential, commercial, and we have nearly 40% open space. Secondly, PUD requires concept plans. This is an important one. It's a different kind of zoning, a superior zoning. It requires concept plans. So that's section 612C3. So nobody is mistaken by it, because we heard prior testimony in the hearings previously that plans weren't required. That's not true. Plans are absolutely required by 612C3, and ZOM certainly complies. ZOM has shared its plans openly in the public record and on our website. Thirdly, following any approval of the 10.3-acre PUD site by the Town Council, a special permit is then required from the Planning Board for development in the PUD. And fourth, guess what? Section 612G provides that in a PUD overlay district, all the zoning requirements of the underlying zoning district shall apply unless and until a special permit for a PUD has been issued by the Planning Board. Therefore, there is no risk whatsoever to creating the mixed-use PUD for economic development. If a development is not subsequently approved by special permit of the Planning Board, the old unworkable zoning continues to apply with no economic development, continuing to set us back years. The staff report, GIS, shows just how incongruous the two old houses are with the surrounding highway business zone. PUD requires approved concept plans, and secondly, unless and until a development special permit is approved by this board, the underlying zoning continues to apply. You don't have that process in a generic rezone. You're all familiar with generic rezones, and you don't have that superior zoning process that is represented by a PUD. Concerning ZOM's residences, people want to know first, what is the net revenue to Braintree annually? As set forth in our filed financial statement on a website and in the record, ZOM's $140 million development will promptly bring $2.35 million in building permit and utility connection fees to Braintree, and then $558,000 net tax revenue each year after expenses. That's net tax revenue each year, $558,000. The gross tax revenue is $1.178 million each year. ZOM Living also pays for its own trash disposal, its own snow plowing, its own repair and maintenance of drives and infrastructure. There are various studies. Compact development like this is less stress on municipal services than, for example, the same number of homes. That new tax and fee revenue from the residences at South Shore is just the beginning. New consumers and employees living at the residences will patronize existing businesses and bring new businesses to Braintree, an immense economic benefit. Adding quality housing, people living at large retail, is the catalyst to further improvement. And again, we've seen those examples all around us with Hanover Crossing, with Legacy Place, with University Avenue. Secondly, who are the typical ZOM residents? The vast majority of residents at South Shore are young professionals and empty nesters. ZOM residences are multi-generational, exactly what our master plan references at page 48. Create opportunities for multi-generational housing. That's what we are. ZOM meets the demonstrated need for young professional and empty nester apartments by providing all studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms. There are no 3-bedroom units. No 3-bedroom units. The Urban Land Institute publication, Myth and Fact, and Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies indicate that single-person households, empty nesters, and couples without children make up the new majority of American households. Married couples without children remain the most common type of household. The traditional 2-parent household with children is now less than a quarter of the population and getting proportionally smaller. Thirdly, we're asked, with a majority demographic of young professionals and empty nesters, how many school-aged children will enroll? The 325 residences at South Shore will produce 28 school-aged children. Per Mr. Forgier's research, Elevation Apartments, for example, in Quincy, which has 492 units, 170 more, 50% more than ZOM residences, has 17 school-aged children. Therefore, ZOM has conservatively estimated 28 school-aged children Also based upon 32 school-age children at Lenox Farms, which is 338 residences or more than Zog. Braintree's overall school enrollment, these are the facts, has fallen over 10% by 605 students since 2019, pre-COVID. From 5,842 students in 2019 to 5,237 students in 2024. The closest school to the development, Flaherty Elementary enrollment has fallen over 25% by 95 students from 376 children in 2019 pre-COVID to 281 children in 2024. The residences at South Shore don't cause a school-age children issue. In fact, ZOM looks forward to working constructively with the town and with the school department during the special permit and development construction processes. The Metropolitan Area Planning Council is a great resource for municipalities, MAPC. MAPC's 2017 study indicates that the state has entered a period of long-term decline in school-aged population, and that MAPC's found no relationship between housing production rates and enrollment growth rates for the 234 districts that were studied. The MAPC February 2024 update states in its findings that statewide school enrollment, including local schools, regional school districts, and charter schools, continued to decline through the 2019-2020 school year, a mostly consistent trend since 2005 and 2006. The residences at South Shore meet the demographic need of young professionals and empty nesters who occupy the residences: 36 studios, 162 one-bedroom apartments, 127 two-bedroom apartments. There are no three-bedroom residences. Fourthly, we're asked, what drives the tremendous demand for quality apartments? Well, first, it's the exorbitant cost of a home purchase. That's what makes people want to go to an apartment in part. The master plan itself prices the median home sale in Braintree at $615,250. To buy such a home requires a substantial down payment that many young workers don't have. And then there's the overwhelming 80% or more mortgage balance, with interest rates that are now 2 to 3 times what they were just a few years ago, increasing from 2.65% to 6 to 7%. Prices and interest rates make home purchase infeasible or undesirable to many. Secondly, many people are not interested in the burdens, time, and expense of home ownership. Many younger workers have good jobs, many earning over $100,000 a year, and are renters by choice, paying market rate rent at the residences at South Shore, Marina Bay, Quarry Hills, Lenox Farms, Landmark Apartments, and others. They want quality apartments with indoor and outdoor amenities like ZOMs. And thirdly, the other demographic of renters by choice is empty nesters. They've sold a home already. They want to move to an amenity-rich apartment community where everything is taken care of. The residences at South Shore serve a huge need and will rent quickly to young professionals and empty nesters who are stakeholders in safety and security. Fifth, what about the high fear myth, speculation of crime and property valuation? Well, over 35 years ago, the former Braintree High School on Washington Street was converted to Landmark Apartments. The gym next to the old high school Doherty Gym is in frequent use for youth basketball leagues right next to Landmark. My son goes there. Landmark Apartments have basketball courts right outside their back door. They have pickleball courts right outside the back. Landmark Apartments for 35 years is surrounded by Doherty Gym, Hollis Playground, Hollis Elementary School, directly to the north, and Kids and Company Daycare, a youth gym, public fields, public basketball courts, a public playground, Hollis Elementary School with over 300 children. For 35 years in that close proximity to Landmark Apartments, no crime, no school-age children issue, no property devaluation issue. associated with those apartments. My building is diagonally across the street from Landmark Apartments in North Braintree, and my property value, like all others around Landmark, has continued to increase for the past 30 years, not decrease in value. The same increase in value trend has occurred with my residents in Braintree and those around me in the Middle Street area close to Middle Hills, Lenox Farms, Liberty Apartments, Jonathan's Landing, Landing 53, several hundred, over 600 multifamily residences within a mile or less radius of my home. Property values haven't diminished. Property values continue to increase. There's no detrimental impacts, no crime, school-age children issue, or property devaluation. ZOM is building upscale, modern residential apartments with interior and exterior amenities. ZOM's screening process for all tenants includes from income verification, credit check, criminal background investigation, tenant interview. Sixth thing we're asked is, in addition to 90% of the residences at a market rate, paying approximately $3,000 a month, 10% of the residents are reserved for those earning not more than 80% of the median income, average median income, the AMI. Those residences can include teachers, nurses, government employees, and other hardworking people. As a Harvard Joint Center for Housing Study references, quote, multifamily rental housing plays an increasingly important role in workforce housing, providing homes for our nation's teachers, firefighters, police officers, healthcare workers, and public employees, end quote. It is astounding that the chair of our master plan committee on June 23, 2023, actually called workforce housing a fad, basically writing off an entire segment of our population. Seventh, South Shore Plaza is Braintree's #1 commercial center and Braintree's #1 taxpayer, assessed at over $300 million, providing over $7 million in needed tax revenue to Braintree every year, and reasonably relying upon collaboration to evolve by adding quality residences as has been being done everywhere, including locally. The third, fourth, and fifth largest taxpayers, as reported by the Patriot Ledger on June 24th, are what? The third, fourth, and fifth largest taxpayers to this community are all apartment complexes built approximately in the last 20 years. They make money for the town. They pay over $4 million cumulatively each year. They earn net revenue for Braintree to use for other expenses, like bringing back teachers that were laid off due to the current $18 million deficit. The master plan, page 20, calls South Shore Plaza, quote, one of the town's key economic assets, and it certainly is. South Shore Plaza is Braintree's commerce center since 1961, 63 years. Other developments, commercial and single-family residential, have been built or bought and sold around it. South Shore Plaza will remain a staple 100-acre economic engine for Braintree, but it needs collaboration to evolve. It is 1.6 million square feet of shopping and dining. It is 3 times the size of Hanover Crossing, which is 543,000 square feet. Yet we're not here asking for 3 times the 300 residences down there. We're asking for pretty much the same, 325, and we have 3 times as much retail as Hanover Crossing, and we're in the same range in terms of the residences, 325, very similar range. Pretty reasonable. The 325 residence density is also appropriate and consistent with other multifamily developments in Braintree. Jonathan's Landing is 318 residences. Lenox Farms is 338 residences. There are various Braintree residential developments with greater density per acre. Wynn Properties is over 37 units per acre. 84 Pearl Street is over 34 units per acre. Landing Apartments is 83 units per acre. Simon Properties is a publicly held, highly experienced global real estate leader. During a recession in 2009, Simon invested tens of millions of dollars adding Nordstrom and Target to South Shore Plaza in a recession. They've been a good community partner. They have had great location and no debt. It is a profitable, regional shopping center. South Shore Plaza involves many leases and many property rights that determine its path forward. What is before you tonight, adding quality residential economic development for Braintree, is that path forward at large retail. It's a model implemented nationwide by Simon and other industry leaders. And again, the examples are all around us. There is no other project on the Braintree horizon that moves the needle, creating economic development to reduce our deficit and avoid future overrides. And secondly, creating quiet upscale residences, with many residences earning $100,000 or more, paying on average $3,000 per month. The residences are located again on South Shore Plaza's property, not in a neighborhood, 2 football fields away from the closest single-family home and separated from Laurie's Way by a high, dense berm with green giant arborvitae on top. Braintree needs direly to work with this $140 million planned unit development opportunity, where ZOM will own and develop 7 acres and construct 325 upscale residences, and Simon will own the remaining 3.3 acres and repurpose the 16,000 square foot building that was formerly the 99 restaurant. Jim Dunlop of ZOM will now present the concept plans that I spoke about that are required in the PUD process. Clay Hallman and Tim Fox from Simon will then present the importance of approving quality residential at large retail centers as a catalyst to further investment and improvement. Thank you.
My name is Jim Dunlop. I'm with ZOM Living, and I'm here to talk about the design aspect, the concept design. And as you know, this is a PUD process, and the PUD process requires a concept plan to be submitted and reviewed and to be vetted and refined during the special permit process. So ZOM tends to take concept development in a very specific way. It does not cookie cutter projects and drop them that they built somewhere else into a new location. Every site is crafted for its location. And the two driving concepts for that are obviously the location. What are the drivers there? What's the driver of the jurisdiction and the site? And who is the resident? So in particular, this location, our residents, as Mr. Marinelli mentioned, are young, established singles, young couples, and empty nesters making well over $100,000 a year. Their desire is lifestyle. Their desire is maintenance-free lifestyle and access to area amenities, and they are renters by choice. So they could buy, they could rent, they could be anywhere. They're choosing this location. And usually it has something to do with access to employers. Our residents do not like long commutes. So we have a top of the industry reputation for design-focused developments. Innovative project design is kind of the core of our design process, marrying the landscape, the building architecture, interior architecture, amenities of the building, inside and outside, and amenities of the location. In this case, access to retail and restaurants. All of that to elevate the living experience of the resident. So in particular here, we did take a focus from the Braintree master plan that was just completed last year, and feel like we touch on all the 5 core themes that are in that. Sustainable community talks about having open space, having compact development, efficient use of land, strategic economic development in the master plan, specifically talks about redevelopment at South Shore Plaza. Connection to transportation networks. We are about 150 feet from an MBTA bus that takes you to 2 different T stations in about 12 minutes. And providing housing options. If you look at this commercial map, you see a very large mall, you see a lot of hotels, you see offices, you see industrial. What you don't see is what employers are looking for, which is high quality, high family housing. And so go through and give you some elements of our site. When designing a site, it has a lot to do with where the building functions are, what shape the building can be, how you can do the landscaping, and how to create architecture and landscape architecture into a visual experience. There's 4 aspects to this project, and hopefully you can see the mouse. One is resident arrival is by South Shore Plaza Road from Granite through this way. This is the old 99 building. We've created a center of activity here in the center closest to the mall. Our building entry, arrival court, temporary parking for the leasing office is all here on the future retail property here, and our parking deck is accessed through enter, exit, loading at this location. So all the activity is here. That's one component aspect. Another significant component is the way we've parked the project, so you don't see it. It's internal to the building. That's a significant design element to design around and cost to build. And then another aspect is creating an internal courtyard by closing the building in this area to put the outdoor activity amenities in an enclosed open air courtyard so that it's internal to the building and not external to the open public. And the final significant design component in laying out the site is the significant open space, nearly 40% overall open space in an area that only requires 25% open space. There's 3, when you take the site layout as it is and you start thinking about the landscape, the real trick is that there's 3 aspects. There's the mall facing side, there's a reservoir facing side, and then there's the east side towards the circle. So the effort in landscaping is really here to create a town-like sidewalk with significant levels of landscape to create a pedestrian way to get people through to the building and over to the mall. Second, we've created a walking path along the reservoir with significant green space as open space for recreation, for hiking, walking, biking, open to the public, open to the residents. And then the other that Mr. Marinelli touched on is significance is the east side, where we have created a significant 13-foot high berm and landscaped the top and all the way up to create a visual buffer so that the building is shielded as much as possible. Architecturally, as you can see in the site plan, we've attempted to create some more traditional elements to the building. I would not call it a traditional architecture. It's more of a transitional, not contemporary and not traditional. It has ins and outs. Its use of brick and cementitious panels create more of a comfortable massing in scale for the pedestrian experience. The other aspect of architecture that is hard to see in this rendering, but will be part of the architecture, is exterior balconies. They tend to be placed on buildings depending on the unit mix and the unit location in the building, and tend to be larger units. So then we design inside out and then outside in, and create visual architectural interest with the balconies as well. So that's kind of an overview, just to try to keep in mind that we plan to have much further discussions with planning about site plan and architecture in the special permit process. So with that, we'd like to give it to Simon, Tim Fox, and Clay Hillman to discuss here. You got it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tim Fox, Vice President of Development with Simon Property Group, South Shore Plaza. And I'm here to offer my full support for the proposed project. We want to outline, we think, its place as a catalyst for development and offer some real-world data and examples from development nationwide. With that, I would like to introduce my colleague, Clay Hallman, who's our Corporate Head of Research, offer a breadth of knowledge on the topic, and we'll go through some more information for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm here to talk about the shopping mall industry and the evolution of successful shopping centers. Something I could talk about for hours, but hopefully this will be the Reader's Digest version at this point. We're almost home. All right, a little bit about Simon first. We're the largest owner of retail real estate and shopping centers in the country. We have over 200 properties, combination of malls, mills, and premium outlets around this area. Beyond South Shore Plaza, we own Burlington and Copley, North Shore, Rentham Village premium outlets. But our real bread and butter and the biggest part of our portfolio are our regional malls. We own 120 malls, and they're some of the best malls in the entire country. Some of the liveliest, busiest centers. We think that our malls are as good and positioned for the future as any other malls there are. Just last week we had our earnings call, and we reported highest sales in the history of our portfolio. So our malls are really doing well and evolving and really positioned for the future. However, anytime you open up the paper, it seems like over the last decade, there's been a different article about the death of the mall. They really love this picture of Rolling Oaks Mall out of Akron. And these articles are frustrating to me, and I don't think tell the whole picture, but in reality is, there's truth. Some malls are dying, some malls are really struggling, and we're in this situation where both things can be true, where we have really strong, productive malls that have a really strong future, and then there's other malls in this country that are struggling. And really, where we are in the mall industry today is we've got some malls you're either getting better or you're getting worse, and we're in a position of mall winners and mall losers. And that's why we're here today. We think and want South Shore Plaza to be one of those winners. So a little bit about how we got to where we are with this bifurcation of the mall industry. It really starts with there's just too many malls in the United States. You know, we built malls in the 60s and 70s, then we had massive suburbanization, and then we just kept building malls. Every town had to have a mall. There were developers that wanted to build them. There were department stores that wanted to catalyze them. You think around here, the towns south of us, there was Hanover and Plymouth and, you know, Brockton and Taunton and Dartmouth and Walpole and Swansea. And so we are the most malled country by 2 or 3 times of anywhere in the world. And then you have this little thing called the internet that came along over the past 2 decades, and it's really changed the way people shopped, not to mention Walmart, Target, et cetera, et cetera. The internet today, internet sales is about 30 to 40% of what mall sales would have been 20 years ago. And so retailers are really in this position where they don't need as many stores. And particularly who's been hurt are department stores. You think department stores were basically the internet back in the day. You would scroll through racks and racks and racks of clothes to find what you want. Now you scroll through pages. So it's been a tough business for the department stores, and they've had a lot of consolidations, a lot of bankruptcies. So that's the bad. The good is that retailers still need stores, and they still want to be in malls. And so my favorite word is omni-channel. That's what all successful retailers have to be today. They have to be a mix of online and stores. And the value of the store, sure, it's the sales coming out of the stores. We're at the highest sales levels in our portfolio we've ever been to. But the value is also, you know, online returns. It's buy online, pick up in store. It's using that store as a distribution center. And importantly, it's a way to acquire customers. They want to be in vibrant, large malls where they can get eyeballs that know that brand. Maybe they'll go in and buy something, but maybe they'll buy something online. It's a way to acquire customers. So retailers today still want stores. They just want top locations and access to customer traffic. And so fewer stores mean fewer malls, but there means that there are still going to be malls, and there will be successful malls, and those malls will look different than they did in the past. They will evolve and they will adapt, and they will be the successful malls that we see going forward. So how will they look different? And like every mall is different. Every mall has its own plan. There is no one-size-fits-all answer. But in general, these are the trends on how malls are going to look different. They look different today. They're going to look different in 10 years than they have in the past. So less dependent on department stores, just fewer department stores, less apparel-focused, more experiential. Food and entertainment options are important, more mixed use in nature altogether. And then ultimately, the successful malls that are the winners will have larger trade areas and will attract more sales than in the past. So here's the big question. Which malls would be the ones that survive and flourish? And I think it's these 4 key components. The first, and this one is non-negotiable, you have to have great real estate. South Shore Plaza has great real estate. It's a regional location, access to a large population. You have to have proactive and well-capitalized ownership that's willing to and continues to evolve the centers. You have to have experienced ownership. Evolving these malls is not easy. It's difficult. You know, that's why we're here tonight. I think Simon is one of the few developers out there that has that ability and that experience. And then finally, local collaboration. And at that point, I'm going to turn it over to Tim and let him talk about some trends.
I'm going to do as quick as I can. I understand we're successful malls have multiple stakeholders. So of course, the property owners themselves, tenants. There also tend to be other players that could be retailers that own or have long-term interest in their space, but also local government and the residents. I mean, these properties are employment bases and they're significant tax contributors. Talk quickly about some mall industry trends. As Clay hinted, you know, one of the major nationwide trends is a mix of uses, and that's true locally. You know, fitness, hotel, healthcare, and grocery, these are all trends that have occurred locally. Fitness, North Shore Mall in Peabody. There's going to be a hotel development at that same property over the next couple months that will start. That healthcare picture is Auburn Mall, Reliant Medical. And that grocery picture is a property in New York, but we've done grocery at a number of malls locally. There's grocery at Target, of course, but most recently there was an Aldi project at Liberty Tree Mall in Danvers. Some of the other trends, these tend to be kind of the more experiential uses that were mentioned: food, entertainment, sports, and in particular residential, which is obviously the highlight of our discussion tonight. And we have residential properties at many Simon centers, and particularly at some of our best centers. This is a growing segment of our portfolio, and just a sampling of some of these centers across the country: in Texas, in Edina, Minnesota, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute further, and then also Phipps Plaza in Atlanta, Georgia. South Florida, Coral Square Mall, and the Philadelphia suburbs at Oxford Valley Mall. Each retail property is different, but we think that Southdale Center, which is located in Edina, Minnesota, is a really good comparison for South Shore Plaza. And we think that this is some of what could happen here, and we think that this residential project is a catalyst for that future development. Simon acquired this property in the mid-2000s, and over the course of the last 10 years, there's been some significant development that has taken place. And really, that development started in 2014 with a project called One Southdale Place. That was a 300-unit residential project that was new and different, and it was incredibly successful. In fact, it was so successful that it's been covered in multiple news articles. There are 2 articles by the Wall Street Journal that highlight the success of this project, and in particular the collaboration of the multiple stakeholders in the success of that project. And that project, which I believe will be very similar to this project, was the catalyst for future development, including a hotel project, more food, Lifetime Fitness, which has both fitness and an office component, Restoration Hardware, which has that experiential retail component, and then more food, a market. It's this trend here that we hinted at earlier, and this is what we believe will occur at South Shore Plaza, starting with this project. This is a aerial of Southdale Center today, and really just highlighting some of the development that has occurred over the last 10 years. And Southdale Center was, some say it's the first mall, I think there's some argument, but it was a trendsetter in its time, and it continues to be a trendsetter. So the property today has 1 department store, residential as noted, a hotel, restaurants, fitness, office, entertainment, grocery, specialty retail. It is a trendsetter, and it continues to be, and we think that it's, again, a good comparison for South Shore Plaza. And I have no doubt that South Shore Plaza is ready to take on that same transformation, and ZOM has my utmost confidence in the vision for top quality residential at South Shore Plaza. Thank you very much.
Open it up to public comment. I do want to acknowledge we did receive a large quantity of letters on this project. We were handed all of those, the members of the board, and have read them, and we appreciate everyone who wrote in, who may be here tonight, who may not be here tonight, but we did have those, and we appreciate that. There is a sign-in sheet at the podium. The meeting is recorded. The minutes are written down. It makes it a lot easier for our staff to properly record the names and addresses if you sign in also. You don't need, I didn't announce it earlier because you don't need to sign in ahead of time to speak, but just while you're at the podium, please put your name and address down to make it a little bit easier. And then I just want to reiterate also what we're here tonight for. The application in front of us is not an application to approve the construction of the project. I'm sorry, can you not hear me? Okay, thank you. it's not an application to approve construction of the project. The application in front of us tonight is a request that the planning board give a recommendation to town council as to whether or not town council puts in place a zoning mechanism that allows, with the support of Simon, to come back in and file a special permit application. So this is a early round in the process. Regardless of which way the recommendation goes to town council will have the opportunity to vote on it. If they vote and put the zoning ordinance in place, then the developer comes back with the special permit. If there's no special permit that's granted, the current zoning stays. So I do just want to reiterate what the application is here in front of us tonight. So I know everybody is anxious to share their thoughts on the project, so please proceed. Please give your name and address also for the microphone. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Lyden, 53 Bowden Street, Braintree. I'm a 62-year resident of Braintree. I'm for the zone project. For the first time in my life last month, we had an override, which is because we got no development. Braintree's been shut down for years, not open for business. It's about time, you know, all people say, you want to be Quincy, you want to be Braintree? Yeah, they haven't had an override in the history of their towns or cities. So, I mean, and then I'm in East Braintree. Everything goes down to East Braintree. We're the red-headed stepchild for Braintree. We got clean harbors, we got the oil tanks, we got this, we got, what's the land in 53, that would they give a 20-year tax breaks to them or something too? All right, we got the electric company starting 48 units, I believe it's starting next month. But I mean, against it for what? There's no reason to be against it. This plaza is obsolete. There's a new reckoning. People want all-purpose now. I mean, you want residential, you want gyms, you want shopping markets, you want to be able to do one thing. Everyone shops online. I live on a dead-end street with 14 houses. Those 14 neighbors are all for building. All right? For the first time, like I said, in our lifetime, our taxes, there was an override. And there was no reason for an override besides poor management by the last administration. I'll name names. The last administration wasn't open for business. Thank you. Yeah, the last administration did it for us. All their voters, his voters are all here. You know, he come out even before the project was proposed saying he was against any building or down there. I mean, they've been more than accommodating. I got no skin in the game.
I'm sorry, if you can just address the comments up here.
Yeah, but I got no skin in the game. They've done everything. They've cut their thing in half. They've done everything to accommodate. You know, there's no reason to be against this, you know, not in my backyard. That's the only reason. That is not a good reason. Braintree needs revenue, and we need it now. Any way we can get it. Thank you. Have a good night.
I'm going to say again, everybody is going to have their opportunity to speak if they would like to. I'm not going to say whether or not you can clap. If you want to clap, you can, but I am going to reiterate that there will be no booing tonight. So thank you. All right, please introduce your name and address for the record. There is no time limit. If the comments become repetitive or too far astray, I will make a note to rein it back in, but there's no clock going. Please proceed.
My turn?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Susan O'Leary, and I live at 5 Reservoir Circle. That's right in front of the little cul-de-sac in front of the Flaherty School. I really have a stake in this project. I've sat here very patiently and listened for over an hour and a half. I'm not as talented as they are. They can razzle and they can dazzle you with their facts and figures. My gut feeling was they hoped all of our empty nesters would have to go home because it was past our bedtime. That's how long they were allowed to talk. You know, I am not against Braintree enlarging, bringing in more revenue, so on and so forth. But I think it has to be appropriate for the town, and I think it has to be appropriate for the neighborhood. And I don't think this project, in the many different ways over the years it has been presented to us, is in keeping with the healthy and good tradition of Braintree. I'm sorry, but I really don't. As I started to say earlier, I don't razzle-dazzle. I just talk common sense and knowledge. When I went to law school, they taught me common sense and knowledge. Right now, they talked about people wanting to stay in Braintree. Last time I spoke at this meeting, I said I pay approximately $1,600 a month. But the way their logic works, I would have to pay approximately, and that's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house, nothing fancy, Campanapoli slab ranch. We've all heard the term. And I pay about $1,600 a month for 1,300 square feet. But under their plan, for the privilege of staying in Braintree, I could pay between $2,300 and $2,500 a month for rent, which doesn't get me any equity, and I would have a much smaller place to live. That doesn't make any sense. That's their razzle-dazzle and my common sense and knowledge. I want to say, and I do want to say, if I talk in a disrespectful manner, I want to apologize right up front. That's just how I was raised, kind of glib, you know, that Irish wit. I do have to say, what's with Simon? I've sat here for over an hour and a half now, and I listened. I've heard about Hanover, and I've heard about Swansea, and I've heard about all over the United States. But we're here in Braintree. What's with Simon? I once read, many, many, many years ago, that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, but expecting a different result. I don't normally come to these meetings, but because I have such a stake in the community, I'm here, past my bedtime, okay? And I'm gonna say again, what's with Simon? They keep selling, Simon, appears to me, keeps selling and leasing the same piece of property, presenting it to the board, and when they don't get their own way, they say, we'll table it for now. But they keep presenting the same thing. They wanted some kind of an entertainment center up there. We worked hard to keep that from happening. Then they wanted some sort of like a golf thing, which is now in Canton, by the way, in an industrial section, so it doesn't harm or hurt anybody. We could have used that revenue if they had presented to put it in a place where it would be safer. But they chose not to do that. Simon keeps selling the same piece of property. Now, last year, I believe it was, and my figures could be a little bit off, they wanted approximately, I think it was 450 apartments. Then it went down to about 250 or 300 apartments, and right now it's at 315. What Simon appears to do is sell this piece of property, or lease it, I don't know, but only if the citizens of Braintree are willing to amend their wonderful zoning laws, if they're willing to change a lot of their very healthy and historical bylaws. Now, I was always taught, when you move into a neighborhood, you kind of have to acclimate to them. And Simon does not seem to be willing to do it. And I would say Simon, I mean Simon and the developers. I remember last time, and I know I'm not going to quote it correctly, but this is the substance. Oh, we'll table this for now until we have a friendlier government in place, a friendlier mayor in place. I don't remember the exact quote, but I think we all realize the one I'm talking about. Okay? What I'm asking this board to do, and what I'm asking Mayor Joyce to do, is to show Simon it's not going to happen on my watch. I don't care what your innuendo is. It's not going to happen on my watch. And that's really what this board and Mayor Joyce has to do. I am not saying we don't need the money. Yes, we do. Do we need it at that particular piece of property? No, we don't. We cannot afford, as a town, to be bullied or bribed or have any type of innuendo to let Simon run this board and run this mayor. Because that's what the innuendo was. We'll get somebody who we can put in our hip pocket. We get somebody who's friendlier to us. We don't want the project. What will it take to convince Simon to stop selling the same piece of property or leasing it over and over and over again before they finally get the message, we don't want you at this particular property at this time. It is not healthy for the town. I think I've said it all. I want to thank you all very, very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
I'm Justine Huang, 25 Lakeside Drive. I'm the closest resident to the property direct access. It's interesting that Mr. Frank Marinelli talked about his open statement with the letter from residents who moved from Cleveland. I moved my family from Brooklyn, New York City, 2004, built my house there before the property was sold, raised my 4 kids there. We know that's a neighborhood that we want to belong as immigrants. Just give everybody a little bit background on the property, the two 153, 131 and 135 Lakeside Drive. It was sold, 135 was sold in December 2016 for $950K. 131 Lakeside Drive was sold in March 22nd, 2017 for $900K. Look at it, what happened. My house, brand new built with a 2,900 square feet, current market rate, we valued it at $850K. So, with the investment that Simon has proposed, how much experience they have with the market, how much experience they have with market development, more development. I guess the experience also into buying resident property, turn it to abandoned buildings so that they can sell it for higher values. Too bad I don't have that money to buy a $950K resident that had 3 bedrooms with 15,000 square feet. So just want to let everybody know that is not an empty parking lot. Those 2 houses was purchased and being sold in purposely to today, why we're here. Just a background. I'm here also is I have questions regarding to document that Zom had put it in. Couple questions I have is regarding to the proposed and financial analysis. One of the things that I have really concerned was the analysis of public safety need. When you're looking at the comparison, it compares to Avalon's in Blue Hill, Randolph, which is 5 miles away from the highway with no public transportations, which came out to calculation the need of 2 police officers for safety of this brand new development. I just want to show you. South Shore Mall is in the red pocket, which is the highest crime rate of Braintree. And if you're looking at what they compare, 5 miles away from the highway, no public transportation, and it's in green of the crime rate. That's one thing I'm concerned about, the financial impact analysis. Second one, I want to say that Braintree is different. We fight for what we are. We fight for our neighborhoods. That's why we're here today. If you're looking at the sensor, comparing to Quincy, I'm looking at the school kids requirement. If we're looking at the sensors of 2020, Braintree has 20% 18 or younger school kids. Quincy has 10% 18 or younger school kids based on 2020 US Census. And in the analysis, one of the analysis is looking at the apartment at Quincy to build the analysis of students that will be attending this development. If you're looking at that, I'm pretty much getting used to ChatGPT because it helped me find facts that I can match and I can search. Based on the standard 325 unit, in average of 2.5 persons, it will come to this apartment complex of 825 residents. And if you're looking at Braintree residents, we have 20% under our census that is 18 and under. Would it be possible we only had 18 students will attend Braintree Public School for this development? I'm not good, I might not be the best calculator, but I know the planning board and everybody else is better than me on the calculations. So with that to say, if we're looking at 20%, which is the calculation of 558 plus K of the revenue, where does it bring us? If we have 34 students times 17K per kids in our school, that will be 578K. That's what we need for our school. That's why I'm concerned about the physical analysis in this document and looking at 558K as a revenue. I don't believe that. Even me with not a financial major background, I will question and will challenge that calculations. And overall, it was one of the lawyers, Mr. Frank Mazzolini, is talking about is Braintree had no future development on horizon. Do you think so? We just I believe last week, we talked about Wood Road revitalization. How can we improve Wood Road? How do we bring business into Wood Road? That's one development that town is looking at. And what about MBTA zoning? It's coming, we need the compliance. And how are we going to support our infrastructure from the incoming development? So, with all this, I might have more, I have more, but I want to give everybody more opportunity to talk about their feel about this development. But overall, thank you for Simon Marketing team to show us amazing job they've done for Simon other malls, except Braintree, except South Shore Mall with the 2 abandoned buildings. Last question I want to ask our town resident, our planning board, our officer, our town councilor. One question that I want to ask everybody. Do we want to be Southdale Center? Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Director.
Just as a point of information for the public here this evening, we are commissioning a independent peer review of the fiscal report. That solicitation was circulated yesterday. So we'll be hiring our own independent financial consultant to review that on behalf of the town.
Thank you. Yes, I was just going to mention that also. Part of our staff report notes that the peer review is coming, and the independent reviewer will take a look at the crime numbers and the school numbers that were presented by the development team. So, all right, and if you would just please give your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Janessa Rossi from 20 Sheffield Drive. I live in the neighborhood of where the residence is going. So we heard a lot over today that this was going to be a catalyst and an investment in the town, and overall, I actually think this is a pretty good idea. But I did have one question and a request. So my question is, how long until we actually see the financial improvements in the overall town from when the residence goes in until we actually start to see the gains and improvements within South Shore Plaza, which I do think is outdated, and in the schools specifically. So I would like to know timing to get to that prosperity. And then in the meantime, while we are waiting to achieve that increased prosperity, I would like to see a direct investment from these entities into our school system. And that would show, I think, me and maybe hopefully other people in the community that this is being done in good faith. And it would show good faith to see that direct investment rather than needing to wait who knows how long, because I don't know the timing based on what was presented today. Even, a playground for Flaherty donated by you would be very nice. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay, good. All right. Thank you for your time today. I really do recognize that these meetings are challenging and no fun for anybody. So, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Is that better? I feel like I'm too tall for this. Sorry about that. So I've spent personally significant time speaking and meeting with, Jennifer Wadlands, 37 Parkside Circle, so I'm in District 1. So I've spent a significant amount of time speaking and meeting with residents in District 1. I felt like that's what we should do. I'm part of the MBCA, and that we should figure out what the residents are saying and what they're looking for. And what I really heard was clear is that the residents feel that their voices are not being adequately represented. We've heard promises about transparency and meaningful community engagements, not by you, because I think you've given meaningful community engagement, but through our leadership. It is not just enough to talk about meaningful communication in a campaign promise. You have to actually get involved and get the community involved. So I think it must be done by our leaders. As members of the planning board, I urge you to recognize the vital importance of our neighborhoods in this community. The character, integrity of our neighborhoods must be preserved. Introducing an incompatible structure so close to an elementary school and a residential area threatens to strip this neighborhood of its unique character. For many residents, their homes are their most significant investment, and it is our duty to protect that investment at all costs. Lakeside Drive is a diverse neighborhood and community. Some neighbors, sorry about that, I moved. Some neighbors who I spoke with, this was their first family home, living the American dream. This is not just about District 1, it is about the standard we set for every neighborhood in Braintree. We have a master plan shaped by countless surveys and extensive community input, and the message was clear at every step. Our neighborhoods must be protected. Development can and should happen, I agree, but not at the expense of the very community we cherish. No neighborhood should ever be sacrificed. The feedback I've consistently heard is straightforward. This project, as it stands today, is too large for the area that it's in. It's too high. And it's too intrusive. The community is not against development, but they rightly demand that it be compatible with the existing neighborhood. At a minimum, the plan needs to respect the neighborhood, not the developer's bottom line. No offense. I understand that revenue is crucial, and I really do hope the mall succeeds. I'm definitely a fan of restoration hardware and all those other items you spoke of, but success won't come from sacrificing our neighborhoods. It'll come from thoughtful and innovative leadership at Simon Property. So we need more than just development. We need smart, thoughtful, and community-focused progress. Apartments don't necessarily equal progress in my mind. Maybe some it does. I urge you to listen to the residents of this area, to hear their concerns, and to make the necessary adjustments to this project. Our neighborhoods deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorraine DeAndrea. I live at 169 Walnut Street. It's nice to see Simon finally show up after all these years. I just wish you might have explained a little bit more what you were going to do here versus everything you did every place else. I agree with Jen. I think I'm not opposed to building in Braintree. I think we need businesses to come here and stay here. We have a lot of vacant properties that I think need to be looked at and cleaned up, and hopefully businesses will come here and stay. I think the project is too tall. It's more like a city. We're not a city, we're still a town last time I looked. I know people want to make it into a city, but I've been born and raised in this town. I'm 63 years old, and that's what I love about this town. It is a town, and we care about our town. I'm all for progress. I would love to see them all be cleaned out and redone, like a Derby Street or something like that. I think we would get there are people that still like to shop and touch things. I'm one of them. I will order online, but I prefer to go to the store and touch things and see things, and I don't want to shop at this mall. I don't feel safe going there anymore. If it was brought back to life and people felt safe going there, I think we would get a lot more business to stay here. I'm not against building homes down there. I'm not against building, if it was lower. It just, to make it like a city, I just don't think we want that in our neighborhoods, because it does affect us. It's gonna affect our water. Right now, when the mall opens up to water the greens or whatever they do down there, my water smells and tastes bad at my house. So it's gonna have an impact on us. And I have a 6-year-old that goes to the Flaherty school. It does scare me what's going to happen when the kids are in school and the construction goes on. I am worried about that. So it is in my neighborhood. And I know someone from East Braintree said something about, it's okay to build and everything else. Well, we don't want them building in your neighborhood either. We have plenty of spots in Braintree that you can build that are in business zones. You don't have to plop something in the middle of a neighborhood. The plaza's there, but there's a buffer zone. And if, way back when the plaza moved in, they were held accountable, there would have been a 150 feet buffer that should have already been installed there, and it wouldn't have been that close to here. But that was just never held accountable, so we're here today trying to sell that piece off again. You know, but I just ask that you guys look at the whole picture and not just what you think we're gonna get 500,000 out of this annually. I mean, that's 2 people's salary in this town. And it's not gonna save us, not in the end. I think we need to look in-house and clean our own house first before we start looking for someone else to bail us out. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, for your record, my name is Ron Iacobucci, and I'm the Executive Director of Mass Hire South Shore. I oversee a publicly funded by the Department of Labor workforce development system that includes 22 communities in the South Shore from Quincy down to Plymouth, of which Braintree is one. I'm going to keep my remarks here brief because there are a lot of other people that want to speak, and this has gone on for quite some time. But I want to underscore one very important point that affects the work that I do and my team does in workforce development. And with respect to everyone that's here, including the board and the developer and the public, please know how important housing and the plaza is to our workforce here in this town and in the region. Due to many contributing factors, there's currently a gap between wages and sheltering costs in Braintree itself. The average cost of rental units and home purchase prices exceeds the recommended 1/3 of earnings designated for monthly housing expenses. An increase in housing stock will allow Braintree to retain a viable workforce. And that's what our agency does. We need to retain a viable workforce. And it's important that the plaza that employs many, many, many people evolve and move forward. I listened very carefully tonight to everybody, and I know there's a lot of upset people here, a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. But I would encourage all of you, the board, the developer, and the community, to work together to find a resolution, because there is that need for housing and there is a need for the plaza. The malling of America is come and gone. They need to transition, and I think that's what I heard tonight, is that's the direction they want to go in. And there's a need to have that mixed use, which has been successful in many other areas, and that's promoted workforce development, especially down in Hanover. We were involved with that. You know, there's a need to have that mixed use of the box stores, the smaller retail, the entertainment, the housing. It all works together. And if we're going to continue to maintain a strong workforce in this community, we need that. And housing plays a very important part. So somehow, some way, you have to figure this all out. And that's my message because of the impact that it has on our workforce system. So I'm hopeful that everybody can find a way forward, and to that end, I would strongly recommend that you approve what's before you tonight so we can keep that conversation going and that dialogue going, so hopefully we could make that resolution. Thank you.
My name is Alan Flowers from 48 Fallon Circle on the abutters list. And I just wanted to say, basically, despite what the previous speaker said, we don't need more apartment blocks in Braintree, and we don't want more apartment blocks in Braintree. As a matter of fact, the South Shore Plaza is already 100% built out by agreement with Simon and with the town. How can we build any more? We don't have the infrastructure here. We don't have the water. Our roads are narrow and small. We can't afford any more traffic. But we will have more traffic and we will need more water because we will have transit-oriented development in town. That was approved by the town council, and we have to keep that in mind. So we can't keep having these one-off things to build extra apartment blocks when we're going to have apartments built by right not too far away from this place. So, and just the character of the apartments, just the concept plan alone, the fact that it doesn't fit with Braintree is just obvious. It looks like a factory. We can't have buildings that look like that in Braintree. It doesn't fit, and we don't need it, and we don't want it. Thank you.
Rod Arthur, 30 Hemlock Street, Braintree, resident, 53 years, 94 years old, Korean War vet. Hello. A little cast some dispersion on this great town. We have 28,800 registered voters. Under 9,000 voted in the override election. That means we had 20,000 people who did not vote. And in the 1940s, we called them dodo heads. Yet the town government hasn't exposed this. 20,000 people that hit you in the pocketbook. I can't understand it. All right, now to get to the subject at hand. Oh, by the way, I got a haircut Monday. The price went up $2. I said to the gal, why? She says, the owner, because of the override, upped my rent. Case closed. I'm against this project unless the planning board, you guys, town government, where is it? Any town government here? No, no town government. Can state that all the town costs will be covered by the development. Some of these I'll just throw up for grabs, but some of them are police, fire, DPW, teachers, school bus drivers, water use, trash collection, electrical. So that's a lot, but I don't have the answers. The town government needs to have those / planning board. So what does the 2.3 million, where is it going to go? When do we get it? And is there a line item for those things? Planning board. The $558,000 yearly that we get from the operation, where does this go? It'd be nice to have line items to find out. They were throwing up the fact that they were going to lay off all these teachers. I don't know if any was laid off, but that's another story. And the other final remark, I'm trying to be quick here. Where does the town see the income from this thing? And you have to look, it's 2.5 years construction or longer. How long? 3 years? Construction, the actual construction.
The building permit fees paid.
No, not the building. How long is the construction going to take? Well, anyway, 2.5 years to 3. I'm pretty sharp on that aspect. And then a year to fully rented. So you're looking at 4 years before the town's going to see any money, I think. I could be wrong on that. And thank you. Work together, but you have to go planning board, town government.
That's a tough person to stand behind to follow up on. Good evening. My name is Daryl Every, and I live at 127 Eleanor Drive. It's a part of the Granite Park neighborhood, right across from the South Shore Plaza along Granite Street. And my family and I are in support of this proposal. And we do so with some reluctance, but it's necessary to weigh the pros and the cons of what the proposal is. When we come out of our neighborhood at Granite Park, we look directly across to the South Shore Plaza. And we look at 125 acres of asphalt, empty parking lots most of the year, vast buildings, AC units on top of the roof. It's also a plaza that's under economic stress. E-commerce has hit, and it has hit the plaza for quite a long time. And I do want to commend the representatives from Simon Properties for coming here tonight. In previous public sessions that I've attended, I haven't listened or heard representatives from Simon's talk frankly about what the business of running one of the largest malls in New England involves. And they have to shift in order to stay in business and in order to not be, have a series of desolate mega buildings in our community and allow the plaza really to become an eyesore. My concern is not only about the plaza's vitality, but I'm more concerned about our community's vitality. We need more housing in Braintree at various price points of various types. I don't believe that the ZOM project in and of itself is the perfect project. It's rental properties, but it meets the needs of a segment of our population. Seniors, for example, some are going to need to downsize, and it's going to be especially important for our seniors with homes where if we don't increase our housing, the cost of our property taxes is going to go up because the value of our properties is going to increase because housing in Braintree is scarce. And we're just 20 minutes from downtown Boston, 20 minutes to South Station on a Saturday night. And Boston has a major housing shortage. The country has a major housing shortage. But I'm also concerned for our community, that the people who work here in Braintree, the people who stock our grocery stores, the people who fill our prescriptions, our teachers, our firefighters, where do they live? One home in our neighborhood was renovated. It sold recently for $1.6 million. The kind of income you have to have in order to swing that mortgage is major. I have young adults. They're not thinking that they're going to be able to stay in Braintree. Mom might be there, but can they buy in? And the typical way for people to be able to enter into a community is through apartments or then go into houses. So I'm very, very concerned. I'm also concerned about my neighbors along the Common Street, the Flaherty school district and the Lakeside area. We're all part of Braintree. And if they have a concern, I have a concern. It may not be because something's happening next door to me, but if it happens in Braintree, we all need to be concerned about others. I have been pleased by the adjustments that ZOM has made in downsizing the project. I think that addresses some of the concerns of the neighbors. For those who are adjacent, I'll let them speak for themselves. I'm not going to presume to talk for them at all. I've been encouraged by the height of the berm, by the attempts to increase the natural barriers for the project in order to create a more natural barrier. If there are other concerns, if there are other ways to mitigate the encroachment, what they feel is encroachment of the project, I hope that the developer, Simon, and the town can work this out so we have something that fits our community better. But I think that, and I certainly, as someone who lives in the Granite Park neighborhood, I can relate to the imposition at times that the plaza imposes on the neighborhood. There are at least 2 occasions where we've had the Braintree police going through our streets and through my backyard looking for shooters for 2 incidences that happened at the South Shore Plaza. We have to figure out a way to safely coexist, and we also need to strike a balance so that we're able to keep our community available to our citizens so that we can stay local and we can have room for newcomers, maybe some of our children coming back. But if we don't figure out this issue of how to have more housing at different price points in Braintree, the town's future is not going to be bright. We need to work it out. So thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. Steve Shasha, Hollis Avenue. I couldn't decide what I wanted to talk about tonight. I was going to, of course, challenge all of the assumptions that are built into their fiscal analysis, their concept plan, which doesn't show fire access in the rear of the building, but then when you think about it, everything they're giving you is just marketing materials, right? There's nothing binding in what they're giving you. As Melissa has often said, you cannot zone for a specific project. None of this really matters to the zoning. And to date, after 1.5 years of looking at this project, this board has never had a discussion about the actual zoning. The town council has never had a discussion about the actual zoning that's being proposed. At some point, if you want to do a peer review, why don't you do a peer review of the zoning and the concept plan? Why don't you do a peer review of the traffic analysis, which assumes that the 99 is going to remain an abandoned building and not become a fast food restaurant, as is allowed by right under the zoning that they've created for themselves, like we just saw with Chick-fil-A bringing 3,000 cars a day, right? Because it certainly makes a difference. They don't want to talk about that because it's all marketing material. None of it is necessarily what will be built. And none of it is necessarily what the zoning allows. But I decided not to talk about that. I had a presentation that I wasn't going to give tonight, but after listening to Simon, I decided this was the right topic for tonight. Unfortunately, they tell me I can't actually show you the presentation, so I hope you will bear with me as I try to describe the pictures that are in the presentation. They're pretty straightforward. Every applicant that comes in here promises the moon and the stars. We get things when we make decisions based on these lofty promises. based on the need for money, we get things like clean harbors. We get things like the transfer station, which was supposed to have a state-of-the-art odor containment system. How's that working for us, right? It was supposed to continuously lower our trash fees because we were going to pay less in tipping fees, right? How's that working for us? Everybody comes in here and makes these promises. None of them are reality, but you know who's the worst about that over the years? It's Tim Fox. Tim Fox repeatedly comes in here year after year, makes requests of this planning board to make changes to the special permit for the South Shore Plaza, and he comes in and he talks about all the things that are going to happen at the plaza, from lifestyle retail, and he's talked about, he talked about medical offices in the abandoned Lord and Taylor building. How'd that one work out for us, right? None of the things that they say have come true because none of it is tied to a comprehensive special permit. If this board allows Simon to sell off their property in bits and pieces, the current state of the South Shore Plaza almost certainly will not improve. They are talking about a 0.01% increase in the customer base of the South Shore Plaza being a catalyst for 1.6 million square feet of retail space. That doesn't make sense on any planet. But let's talk about what Simon is doing. My first slide, which you can't see, has a bunch of pictures of the landscaping at the South Shore Plaza, which they are obliged under their current special permit to maintain and replant. You will go to the plaza and you will see a desert of dirt and mulch. You can go to Google Maps and look at the history from 2010 and watch as trees and plants and grass die off and nothing is replaced. That is the current South Shore Plaza. They are required to keep their parking areas striped and signed. You will go to their parking lot and see stripes on half of the lot, not half of the lot. You will see signposts lying in the grass that have been knocked over and never replaced. They are required to keep their lighting active and usable. You will go to the South Shore Plaza at night, and you will see at any given time that half of the lights are not working. Several of them are lying in the dirt alongside the property and have fallen down and never been replaced. They are required to keep every parking space available for employees and patrons. Their parking lot is full of obstructions, from fleets of vehicles to dumpsters. Large sections of the parking lot are cordoned off as completely unusable. The ceiling in the parking garage is falling in, and large sections of it are completely fenced off. They are prohibited from putting dumpsters on the property outside, but you will see that there are at least 8 or 10 dumpsters there constantly, and they need 8 or 10 more because they are overflowing with trash that's constantly sitting in the parking lot. Now, why are all these things important? Because Simon Property comes here tonight, comes here every time that they want something, and says, give us this, and sure, eventually we're going to do something with the South Shore Plaza. It's going to be wonderful. Simon Property, they like to talk about how successful they are. They're not kidding. Simon Property, for the first 6 months of this year, had almost $3 billion in revenue. That's $6 billion annual run rate. They had $1.5 billion in net income. They increased their cash and cash equivalents from $800 million to $1.2 billion in the past year. They could update the South Shore Plaza 50 times over and not put a dent in their bank account. They haven't done that because they have no intention of doing that. Let me tell you what's... They did it for the North Shore Mall. The North Shore Mall got a 40-page plan, which was staged out, what would be developed when, and it was all tied to a comprehensive special permit so that everything could be enforced. At Braintree, we say, no, just do what you want. We're sure eventually you'll get around to fixing the mall. But here's the problem with that. That has been Braintree's strategy for the past 10 or 15 years. We have given them almost every single thing that they've requested, and they have done nothing in return. But if you look at the Braintree Assessor's database, you will see the value of the South Shore Plaza building at $190 million, which sounds like a lot, but last year it was $227 million. The year before that, it was $231. The year before that, it was $252. They have debilitated their property to the point where they've lost $60 million in value in the last 4 years. The building now is worth less than it was in 2012. And you know what the impact of that is? Well, it's hard to say, but if this property had grown at just the ordinary commercial rate that the building next door had grown at, 350 Granite Street, they would be paying an additional $2 million in taxes today. They're not paying that because of the condition of their property. If they invested even a quarter of what they invested in the North Shore Mall, they'd be paying almost $2.5 million of taxes more than they're paying today. Simon Property is, over the years, doing damage to this town, fiscally and otherwise. And for some reason, our elected officials say, this time, let's just give them what they want, and maybe they'll fix the property. But you know what? They're not going to do that unless you make them. The damage goes far beyond taxes. I was going to tell a quick story about my friend Deb and her stuffed bear. Because Deb, the other day on the phone told me, I am bringing my granddaughters to Build-A-Bear. I looked at every Build-A-Bear in every neighboring state within 100 miles to avoid having to take them to the South Shore Plaza, right? I guarantee you, how many people sitting in this audience make a point of doing your shopping in Dedham or Hingham or some shopping that you could do in Braintree, right? So everybody that does their shopping somewhere else, Deb and all the people from other towns, everybody sitting here, they're not just not shopping at the plaza. That you see in the taxes. They are not staying for lunch in this town. It's hurting our restaurants. It's hurting our meals taxes. They are not buying their gas in this town. They're not getting their nails done in this town. Everything that Simon does to chase away customers to other towns hurts Braintree. It hurts our reputation. It hurts our businesses. It hurts our tax base. Any of the town councilors or the mayor could simply tell Simon, we are not going to even consider this if it's not part of a comprehensive plan and special permit. I have yet to hear any of them say that. But this board is uniquely positioned to force Simon to come back with a comprehensive plan. I am not confident that you will, but if you go to the plaza and look at all of the dumpsters in the parking lot, you look at all the fleet vehicles, you look at all the parking spots that are roped off and filled with trash and other things, you will get a count, because I did this, of somewhere between 150 and 200 parking spots that are not available to the public. That's important because when Simon was given the special permit modification to reduce their parking requirements, one of the conditions was that if the SPGA determines that in granting this approval, it has relied on false or substantially inaccurate information by the applicant owner, the SPGA may modify or revoke its approval. This board could revoke its decision to modify the parking requirements. That is the catalyst that is allowing Simon to try to sell off their property piecemeal. If you revoke that, Simon will have no choice but to come back to the town with a comprehensive plan and a comprehensive special permit. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Hello, board members. Bill Grove, 1414 Washington Street. I don't intend on speaking specifically to the positives or negatives of this situation, but there is one other thing that's happening that you need to be aware of. There has been legal actions by the mayor to try and reformulate this board to be more agreeable to this project. I've contacted the Attorney General's office to try and get an opinion. I don't know, if they come back and say, yes, she acted illegally, I don't know what impact it's going to have for you or the applicant. The part of the law that she is ignoring is Chapter 41, Section 81A. And it requires a specific hearing for cause to be given by the mayor, and the town council then has to agree with her decision, or not. That's their vote. But she is, the reason for that is obviously so she can't try and do what she's doing. She can't try and push the body into one position or the other. That's about it. I just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board, everybody here tonight. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Liz Page. I live at 137 Stores Ave, and I am the vice president of the North Braintree Civic Association. And I did send in this letter, but I do think it contains some items that will be of interest to people in the audience, so I will read it. And I do have a little bit to add to it from listening to the conversations tonight. According to the Town of Braintree's newly adopted master plan, quote, in 2033, Braintree will actively, and then core theme number 4 reads, enhance community vitality with careful and strategic growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing residential neighborhoods. Plan and supply a diverse range of compatibly scaled and well-designed housing options that harmonize with the surrounding context of the neighborhood, including affordable housing options that address the needs of the community, end quote. Currently, the Braintree zoning bylaw 135-612 contains provisions which serve to protect abutting neighborhoods from a PUD development. These are the following zoning bylaws: 135-612E2A and 135-612F1 and 9. In E, determining other dimensional and density requirements, the special permit granting authority shall consider the following factors. 135-612E2A, the character of the development in the abutting neighborhoods, end quote. Factors to be considered by the special permit granting authority. The SPGA review of the PUD application shall include, but is not limited to, the following considerations. 1, the relationship of the PUD to the abutting neighborhoods to ensure the PUD is in harmony with and does not derogate from the neighborhoods. 9, protection of adjacent properties against noise, glare, unsightliness, and other objectionable features. The current proposal for the new PUD has deliberately removed the zoning bylaws listed above, which were the safety features for the residential neighborhoods. These features were discussed the last time this developer came forward with the PUD development proposal for this property. Under the current proposal, there are 0 protection features included for the abutting residential neighborhood. The zoning bylaws featured above should be included in any PUD application. I served on the Master Plan Steering Committee, and I know that preserving and protecting our residential neighborhoods is of utmost importance. To remove the very bylaws that protect our neighborhoods, town officials will be violating our master plan. Our town officials should not consider any proposal without these features included to provide the residents adequate protection for what is probably the largest investment of their lifetime, their home. As taxpayers, we have the right to expect this from our town officials. Zoning bylaws should not make our residential neighborhoods more vulnerable to encroaching development. I listened to Zom's presentation tonight, and they referred to the master plan on occasion. But ironically, during their presentation, they totally omitted and diminished the importance of our abutting neighborhood, which violates the master plan. They were telling us through all of their speakers that the neighborhood is over 2 football fields away. They are telling us that our neighborhood is not important, that we don't matter. Well, as a resident of this neighborhood, I expect my town officials, elected and appointed, will take the time to protect and preserve our neighborhood. SOM has made it very clear, especially tonight, that they don't think our neighborhood is important, but we think our neighborhood is very important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So first, I just want to say, Michelle Maloney, 24 Wellington Street. I'm in favor of this proposal based on the data and facts, not my emotions. I appreciate how passionate we all are about our community and our neighborhood. However, we cannot share our fears and prejudice as the facts. So up until tonight, this is the most facts I've heard from the opposing folks in the abutting neighborhood. Prior to this, there was a lot more sort of conjecture and scare tactics. For months, I've read and listened at Zoom meetings to members of this community refer to those people, share that this luxury apartment would bring crime and put a strain on our resources. Many have disparaged renters as not caring as much as owners, but this is not what I know to be true. You would be lucky to have some of us as your neighbors. A mid-40s divorced empty nester has found a new community amongst her renter neighbors at Hanover Crossing. She adores the environment. You would be lucky to have her as a neighbor. Other friends of mine, when they knew they wanted to live in Braintree, had to rent in Braintree until they could find a home, because as we know, housing is scarce, but they knew they wanted to bring their family here. I assure you they were good neighbors as renters and good neighbors as owners. You would be lucky to have them as your neighbors. If we weren't comfortably settled in our multi-generational home with a 13-year-old, we would love to live here. However, we can't live in a 2-bedroom apartment, so that can't happen. You would be lucky to have us as your neighbors, whether we're renting or owning. We're still invested in this community. This land belongs to Simon Mall, and ZOM has shared a, quote, proposal revised from the original based on community feedback. Yes, it is 4 stories tall. However, they have added a berm and mature trees, which puts it, in my opinion, in harmony with the abutting neighborhood, because what you will see is trees. You're not going to see the building from that side. Yes, it is 325 units, and 10% will be affordable. Worried about the strain on community services? Then look to the $558,000 net, for those of you who may not be sure about that, that's after everything is paid for, annual revenue this will bring to us, which of course does not include the additional tax revenue that would be generated by shopping and dining in our community that this could bring. I believe this is a pivotal moment for Braintree. We cannot continue to do what we have always done, which is say no to development. Look at where this has gotten us, an $18 million shortfall in revenue. I love that everyone is so filled with pride and passionate about their point of view, myself included. However, the facts are the facts. This type of development would be good for the long-term financial health of Braintree, and it is time to say yes to this type of development that can benefit Braintree, South Shore, and Massachusetts. We're continuing to see this type of development all around us, and we're continuing to say no, and as others have mentioned, we're pushing people to shop other places. That's not helping any of us. Because yes, this is bigger than our city and town. There's a statewide housing crisis, and as residents of this state, we should be part of the solution and not continue to be part of the problem. Say yes to this development and adjust the zoning to continue to grow our diverse housing options and make this a more diverse community for those who want to live here. Thank you.
We'll come back at 10 and then continue with the public comment at that point. So if everybody wants to stretch their legs, go ahead.
Bang it more.
All right, everyone. I know it's late, and just want to get back going. Thank you for the few-minute break there. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. And we can proceed with the public comment now, if you'd like to approach and just give your name and address again. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Rob Kadire of 143 Middle Street. So today I'm not here to, on my behalf. My days in Braintree, in all honesty, I think are numbered. I highly doubt I'll still be here in 2 or 3 years. But I'm here to lend my voice to the people who are still here for the long haul, retirees, people, families who have kids, or people with deeper roots in this town, because they're the ones who are going to have to deal with the fallout from this project. One of the questions, now, by profession, I'm in cost analysis, and when I see how much money this is supposed to bring in versus how much the town is spending, and we're all well aware of the deficit, it wouldn't close the deficit, and it just seems like a temporary stopgap measure to just prevent it from going a little bit further. But it's like, it's one of those old questions where it's like, if you're short on money, do you end up having more kids, or do you go out and get a job? Which is a good analogy for where Braintree is right now. Bringing in business and commerce would be like getting a job. You're not adding anybody you don't need to service new residents, but you're reaping the tax benefit from it. Versus bringing in new residents, then you're on the hook for schools, utilities, pretty much everything else that goes into that. The better thing to do would be to dig out of the hole first, close the deficit, and then we can talk about residential housing. Some of the examples that I've seen around the around the state would be stuff such as whenever I'm driving up to work, I drive through Waltham, where there's a massive tech, medical, and defense company presence there. There's no reason why we couldn't try to leverage some of those, and those are high, like very profitable companies that would end up bringing in the needed tax revenue that we need to stop, to fill that deficit. We have the space for that, such as on Wood Road, which I guess there was a meeting last month. I've, in all honesty, been a little out of the loop on that, but there's good potential to build up that tax base through new commercial development. On top of that, in terms of the project itself, when I took a look at it, it just looks out of place. Now, if you're going to build somewhere, it's better to adapt to the environment you're in. Use architecture that complements the area. Like, New England is a very unique place in the country that I've seen from as I've been traveling around in recent years. There's really no other place that I've seen that has kind of like the same feel of the towns based on the architecture and the layout that we do. There's better examples of New England architecture that the developer could use rather than this thing that when I saw the picture of it, it looked like if you asked ChatGPT to design a building. Just very blocky, very generic, like essentially like an updated version of the old Khrushchevki from the Soviet Union. And on top of that, and I mean, that's advice that can go both ways. I mean, to the developer, if you want to end up having a better bottom line, simply build a nicer building. I mean, if you have a nicer looking building for the one-time cost of at least just putting up like a facade that doesn't look like it was 3D printed, you could end up raking in probably an extra $500 to $1,000 a month off of the rents from it, because people would actually want to go there versus settling to live there. Like, one of the good examples that I've looked at is the Waterville Valley Town Center up in New Hampshire, which, I mean, if anybody's been skiing up there, it's an example of over 100 units, but it actually looks nice and has charm and fits with the area. They're not doing these things that look like they should be out in like California or Florida and just plopping them in the middle of a like 100-plus-year-old residential area. I mean, some parts of Braintree are nearly 400 years old in 20 years from now. But as I said, the biggest problem that I have with it is just like, this is just a temporary fix. The main issue that the town should be looking for plugging the deficit would be to attract commercial enterprises, businesses that pay tax and don't add anything to our overall deficit. I'm just gonna leave it at that, because my throat's a little scratchy and I'm having a little bit of a hard time talking tonight. But thank you for hearing me out on that. Have a good night.
Hello, my name is Audrey Andronico, and I live on Weston Avenue in Braintree. I am here today to express my strong support for the proposal to grant Zom Living the mixed-use plan unit development for the residences at South Shore. As a resident of Braintree, I care deeply about the future of our town, and I believe this project represents a crucial opportunity to move our community forward. The South Shore Plaza has been a significant part of Braintree for decades, serving as a hub for commerce and providing the largest commercial tax revenue in Braintree. However, as the regional landscape changes and our town evolves, it is imperative that we adapt and reimagine the space to meet the needs of our residents today and in the future. This proposal offers a forward-thinking solution that blends residential, commercial, and recreational spaces in a way that will benefit everyone in our community. The thoughtful design and planning behind this project prioritize green spaces, pedestrian-friendly walkways, and an energy-efficient, architecturally pleasing building that pays homage to the history of the area. Approving the zoning for this development would do more than just modernize the plaza. It would breathe new life into our town. By integrating high-quality housing, we have the opportunity to edify this rundown and underutilized area, the parking lot. This new housing development will undoubtedly encourage Simon Properties to reimagine the SSP into a lively, modern, profitable, safe area that attracts new residents, supports local businesses, and enhances the quality of life for all. This type of mixed-use development is precisely what Braintree needs to remain competitive, vibrant, and appealing to both current and future generations. This is an opportunity to revitalize an aging area, increase property values, and generate significant tax revenue that can be reinvested into our schools, public safety, and other essential services. As we all are well aware, we are in a serious financial peril currently, and we need new sources of revenue. Zom Living has made a concerted effort to implement community feedback into their plans and have proved they are very willing to partner with our community. We need to ensure that Braintree continues to be a great place to live, work, and raise a family, and we need to take definitive action. In closing, I urge you to rise above the misinformation and inflammatory vitriol coming from a select few, and consider the long-term benefits that the residents of South Shore Plaza will bring to the entire town of Braintree. This is more than just a development project. It is an opportunity to set the stage for the next chapter of our town's history. Let us seize this moment to move Braintree forward together. Now is the time when your community and the people you serve need you to lead the most. I ask you, please make a favorable recommendation and don't leave Braintree behind. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I thank you for your public service.
It's getting late. Everybody's okay. All right. It's late. Yes. I know we have a few more commenters. There will be no booing, okay? Or I'm going to ask you to leave. We've all been here. Everybody's listening to everybody's comments. It's just not acceptable. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kara Slattery. I live at 97 Parkside Avenue, and I've been a resident of District 1 for 17 years, 2 years as a renter, 15 years as a single-family homeowner. I wrote a letter to y'all, and we're just keeping it simple, and because I'm tired too, just read that for the record and for anyone who's remaining. I'm here to provide strong and sensible support for Zom Living and the residents of South Shore. So dear Mayor Joyce, members of Town Council, and members of the Braintree Planning Board, as a resident at 97 Parkside Avenue, Braintree, I'm writing to share my enthusiastic support for the proposed planned unit development by Zom Living for the residences at South Shore. This project would be a fantastic addition to our community. Since the original proposal submitted in 2022, Zom has accommodated many requests of our community and the abutting neighborhood, including the reduction of units, increased green space and landscaping, and significant monetary contributions to town departments, including police, fire, and schools. Our local businesses carry a lot of the financial load for Braintree, which is understandable. However, to attract more people, grow our businesses, and keep supporting Braintree financially, we need to show that our community is a welcoming, vibrant, and active place to live, work, and play. Braintree is still falling short of the housing needed to fulfill the 10% requirement of the Affordable Housing Act, and this development would contribute to these units as well as providing market rate housing for young professionals looking to rent in luxury complex within a transit community. It would provide the residents access to public transportation, shopping, and restaurant opportunities, and hopefully a future within our community. The South Shore Plaza is already a big draw for shoppers and those looking for food and entertainment. This development would boost that appeal even more, benefiting our local businesses in a big way. Simon is satisfied with curb appeal of the plaza and the revenue it currently generates. The development of residences at South Shore would raise the bar of architectural, aesthetic, and landscaping standards, providing the town of Braintree leverage for negotiations with Simon and South Shore Plaza for future upgrades and multi-use developments suitable for our community. Moving forward with the Zom development will attract higher-end anchor retailers and businesses throughout Braintree, as well as they will see us as more than just a blue-collar town continuously fighting change and development. Braintree needs to embrace progress. Change is happening all around us, and we can either adapt and thrive or stick with the status quo. I believe we should choose to grow. I believe the master plan should be revisited before adopted and reviewed by qualified parties equally across all districts. We should grow and develop in a practical and sensible manner while adhering to an integrity and charm of the city of Braintree, using an updated master plan as a guide, not a roadblock. We cannot control population growth, but we can adapt to it. Providing housing, schools, and resources and a community to suit all demographics is the best thing we can do for our current residents and future families. Braintree and its residents deserve the benefits of a business-friendly community. The investment from Zom Living would bring lasting financial benefits to this town, helping pay teachers, improve infrastructure, and support our police and fire departments. Without developments like this, the financial burden will keep falling on our existing businesses and eventually the residents. We fought hard to pass the first override ever in the history of the city of Braintree, yet we still have a $10 million gap in our fiscal 25 budget. Our community voted to raise their property taxes with hopes of revenue-generating opportunities in real estate, commercial, and industrial. The ZOM Living proposal is our first opportunity to show we were serious about not continuously using overrides and property tax increases to fund the town operational and department budgets. Now is the time to welcome change. Regardless of the fierce and unjustified opposition of local civic associations, ZOM Living has been willing to work with our community and residents to develop a proposal that is not only revenue generating, but also aesthetically pleasing and available to the surrounding neighborhood. Anti-apartment stakeholders, the MBCA, tend to rely on false arguments to keep the multifamily rental housing out of our community. These claims include multifamily apartments lower the value of single-family homes of the neighborhood. People who live in apartments are less desirable neighbors and more likely to engage in crime and other antisocial behavior. Apartments overburden schools, produce less revenue for local governments, and require more infrastructure support. And higher density housing creates traffic congestion and parking problems. Below, please find a handful of reputable resources citing data, research, and reporting to counterpoint all of these arguments you will find online and in many of the opposition letters you have received. This applies not only to the ZOM Living proposal, but to all other developments you will find argued throughout the community. They're hyperlinks, but they come from Multifamily Myths Debunked, from Collier's, they come from the Harvard Commonwealth Beacon, development addressing housing and traffic woes, the MAPC research analysis, the EAP, smart growth protecting water and resources for higher density developments, and the fact that due to the high interest rates of mortgages, that the single family home developments are just stagnant at the moment. And even though the interest rates are trending to decrease by the end of 2024, they're not there yet. And at 7.5%, young couples are opting to rent and holding off to buy single family homes until they can afford a mortgage. That's what I did when I rented for 2 years in Braintree before buying. My interest rate is at 3.15%. Yes. All right, sidebar. Tonight, at the Planning Board monthly meeting, please be honest and thorough with your fact-finding in ZOM Living's updated development proposal. Look at the maps and the renderings to see what is currently on these parcels of land and how they have fallen into disrepair. What is being proposed, the accommodations they've made since the last proposal, and how we don't have any commercial, real estate, or industrial proposals in the pipeline. Nothing. Look at who's providing a full picture of this scenario and who is only providing bits and pieces of information to mislead you. When you hear comments based purely on self-seeking fear and personal opinion, ask them for their source of data and reporting. Most use bullying tactics and provide information cafeteria style to cause confusion and do not provide sufficient evidence or information, usually referencing outdated proposal information. I strongly encourage you to work with the developer beyond the property plans, build a relationship, approve the residents at South Shore project, and support our community's growth. Thank you for your consideration and for your service.
Good evening. I'm Susan Smith. I live at 31 Gale Ave in Braintree. I have some questions that I know won't be able to be answered, but I think they're something that should be kept forefront in your minds as we go through this process. Housing I feel is important in the town. I think we need to do things to help raise money for the town, of course. But I urge caution in the scale and the scope of the project, and make sure that it is appropriate for the area, make sure that it is appropriate for the environment. It is going on the Braintree Dam, and that is a conservation area. There's no swimming allowed there, even though I do know it happens. I live right on the dam. But there's so much wildlife there that I think a lot of the residents aren't even aware of. A lot of migratory ducks come through there. I'm really concerned with the height of the building that's proposed and the light at night that it's going to project onto the dam. And we have a lot of evidence now about the impact of light pollution on wildlife. And I can see where this is something we can't control by turning the lights down at night. That is a big concern of mine. I've heard, and I don't know if this is accurate right now, but a lot of bylaws are being asked to be waived for this project, and yet the residents of the town have to abide by the bylaws. And why is this going to be allowed, and does that set a precedence for other projects to come in and also not abide by the bylaws? Is there going to be a buffer? I haven't seen any measurements, actually, that show how far from the water this is going to be. Where is that walking path going to be? How long is it going to be? Where is it starting? Where is it ending? Is that going to impact the neighborhoods? Let's see. Oh, also, I'm concerned about the vegetation. The plaza, when they first put in the Nordstrom wing, Nordstrom wasn't there at the time, but when that wing went on, they were supposed to put a 100-foot buffer next to the school. It's far shorter. They were supposed to plant 100 pine trees on the dam. That never happened. So there were lots of promises made and things that were put in, written down, that never happened. And so I want to make sure that these things happen as they're supposed to. And so, again, we need assurances that if this proposal goes through, that it's done with a lot of thought about how it will impact. I haven't heard anything about how long the construction would take. How are they going to protect the school from the dust and the dirt and the noise during construction, because it is very close by? How are they going to protect the neighborhoods from said construction? Right now I'm having the gas company is on my street, and they're just digging holes, and it's creating tremendous amounts of noise all day long. As a teacher in the town, I don't see how students are ever going to be able to concentrate with the amount of noise that construction is going to cause in this project. So I want you to consider all that, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jim Foley. I live at 290 Common Street, right around the corner from the plaza. Over the last few years, I've had the Braintree Police Department in my backyard more times than I can count, every time chasing people from the plaza. And yet I have nothing against the plaza. I like it. But I am against the project. And I'm against the project because it'll be beautiful in 3 years when it's finished, but in 10 years, it'll look like Bunker Hill in Charlestown, D Street in South Boston. It's going to turn into a project. The only way around it, when you decide to give them their permits, is to force them to make them into condos. Everybody's complaining about not having enough homes. You want to put up 325 homes, make them into condominiums. They'll sell. How many people started out their first home that they bought? They bought a condo. Whatever it was 40 years ago, maybe it was 90 grand, maybe it was 80 grand, but they lived in them for a few years, they resold them. People who buy something, who have skin in the game, take care of the property, and they take care of everything that's around it. People that are renting, I'm sorry, it's a roof over their head. I can't see them caring as much as property owners. Thank you very much. You guys have been great. I can't believe the amount of time you've put in tonight. God love you.
For the suggestion box, next time put this over there so we don't all have to watch. All righty. Good evening, everybody. Madam Chair, Planning Board members, Melissa and Connor. I'm Sarah DeMeo. I live on Academy Street, a couple of blocks away. And I wasn't planning on talking, but I'm going to do my best after I change my mind to read the chicken scratch I just wrote on the back of the agenda. Share a few thoughts. All right, so 5 years ago, I was here in another meeting like this, full house, because I was very concerned about the comprehensive rezone that was on the table at the time. It was going to impact me. I live on Academy Street, and part of the road was set to be rezoned for the transition district. I thought it was too much, too big, too fast. I was concerned how it was going to affect my husband's and my home. And so I certainly don't begrudge anyone who, like me, does not manage a portfolio, but has one investment, their house, and to think about that and how that's going to impact them. And in fact, many of the opponents of this project were representing, shared my view, and were against the transition district and the rezone. So I am very respectful of all grassroots advocacy and the right of anyone to represent their own interests. Of course, the town has to think about the whole town, the greater good, and all of that. So that was 5 years ago, and I also didn't particularly trust developers. And the landing, which I drove through at the time every single day, there's still vacancies on the ground floor in the landing, in those apartments. So then and now, I think it's very important always for the town to show that they can negotiate all of these proposals to get the best deal for the residents and make sure that developers do what they say they're going to do. So understand all of the concerns about this. Since then, I mean, I will share, my husband and I have 3 kids in Braintree Public Schools. There'll be a 12th grader, 8th grader, 3rd grader. We moved to this town for the quality schools, like everyone does, and amazing teachers every single year. But since then, now having gone to many school committee meetings and looking at the finances, very, very concerned about the finances. And it often just gets reduced in the newspaper to like head count for teachers, but there's underlying services that have been cut every single year. I was just talking to a coworker today about college prep that's available in the guidance department in Stoughton that we don't have here. So that's a result of cutting. And then when you see, not only will my 8th grader likely be going to the high school, there's a possibility my 3rd grader will be going to that high school that's falling apart. And we actually can't even make any smaller investments in the high school because we have to let it fall apart in order to partner with the state. So I bring this all up because these meetings, I wish there was more overlap between the school meetings and these meetings, because ultimately it's all about the same thing, which is revenue and expenses at the very top. So I wanted to raise that to talk about the schools too. I think, having studied the finances now very closely, we are possibly 10 years behind where we should be because we haven't been talking about revenue. We've only been talking about expenses, it seems like. And if we are 10 years behind, that's how we get these huge shocks that we got this year, $18 million in the hole. My God. And even with the override, we're still $10 million. The school system will still be weaker when school starts this September than it was last year. And we have to be thinking not just about the budget next year, but how we're going to be funding things 5 years from now and 10 years from now. So it's all part of the bigger picture. And I also now have realized that, you know, other towns that are funding these things, some of them say, okay, we want to maintain character and do all of that. They pass overrides every 3 or 4 years. Braintree's not a town that's going to do that. I'm not going to support that. Okay, I don't think there is an appetite for that at all. So we have to be thinking about revenue and growing our economy in all the different ways that we possibly can. So when we look at this proposal now, I'm seeing there is a compromise. I'm seeing the slides tonight, which gentleman went on way, way too long. I think if you could have summarized those. To me, what I'm seeing, you know, so Simon is a multi-billion-dollar organization. I would love to tell them put in 20 townhouses and use this architecture and put in a dog park and do all of these things. We're not in a position to tell them that. We have to negotiate with what we can. It takes years to get projects done. We need so many more deals to happen in order to fill this hole over the medium and long term. So we have to look at what's in front of us right now. I'm seeing a compromise. I do hope the town, incredible questions that were raised by previous speakers. I do hope the town looks at all of that and makes a commitment and shows that they can perhaps do a better job negotiating than previous administrations have. I think that's going to be so important for building trust. But I think we have to look at all proposals that come in. And for me personally, you know, for people who may say, oh, well, you know, the comprehensive rezone was taken off the table for Academy. It doesn't impact you. There will be more development proposals in South Braintree Square near the MBTA. They are going to impact me. I'm going to be looking at them with an open mind now and be willing to compromise, because I think we all have to compromise. And if we say no to this project because this project isn't the panacea, or that project, you know, no one wants to be pitting neighborhoods against each other. No one wants to be pitting generations against each other. No one wants to be pitting, I don't want to be pitting homeowners against renters. You know, I grew up renter in an apartment, so I think this is tough. The town is in a tough situation. Pitting anybody against each other is hard, but I think all of us need to be willing to compromise a little bit and just be approaching all of this from viewpoint of how can we get to yes, and how can we try to, in good faith, come to the table and negotiate and be willing to move forward, because we have to do it. We have to do it in order to move forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie Marshall. I live on Liberty Street near Highlands Elementary, and when I first moved to Braintree, I lived in North Braintree on Church and Elm. I'm in favor of this project. I'm concerned about the rising crime in our town and the lack of thoughtful development taking place in Braintree and how that impacts our revenue and thus our ability to provide for our community. I'm concerned about the homogeneity of housing types in Braintree, a transit community so close to a major New England city. Millennials, who are primarily in their 30s and 40s now, are still the largest group of renters in the US due to the cost of housing. I would love if we could be seen as appealing to young families, young professionals, students, and empty nesters who can't afford the exorbitant costs of homeownership. I am concerned that our very slow, very onerous zoning process makes us unappealing to the types of developers we would like to attract. I am concerned that we are perceived as a community that shoots down both housing and commercial development and has a reputation for being unwelcoming. I'm concerned about the many parts of town that have fallen into disrepair and the many, many services we have had to cut in our schools and town departments, even with the override passing. The broken windows theory of criminology suggests that visible signs of disorder in an environment can lead to more disorder and misbehavior. If a broken window is left unrepaired, the rest of the windows are more likely to follow suit. The defensive space theory of criminology argues that although police work is crucial to crime prevention, it is not enough. The community is crucial. Cared for and protected spaces are crucial. So what if we take an unused parking lot in an area with a crime problem and we build a low-rise, modern, well-lit, multifamily housing and welcome those young families and professionals and empty nesters to our town? What if it has 40% green space and landscaping and walking trails along a reservoir? What if I'm not afraid to take my 2 small children to the mall and the movie theater, and instead we go take a walk along the reservoir? What if we invite new residents by building additional housing in town to attract a more diverse population? What if we get to revitalize our business corridors to attract world-class companies, retailers, and restaurants? My 6-year-old thought it would be so cool if Braintree had a children's museum. What if we get to be that town that found itself in a dire situation and then turned things around? That cool place with a rich history just south of a big city, but it's known for its small town feel.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, and fellow citizens, I'm Norm Givens. I live at 55 Calvin Street. The last time I was here at one of these meetings, there was a proposal afoot asking for variances or whatever for the construction, the adaptation of a former comic shop at the South Shore Plaza to become a facility with golf simulators and lounges. And I wandered by it the other day. It's a very nice looking facility. I was very impressed that not one person came here to speak in opposition of that proposal. Fundamentally, I don't think any of us are opposed to growth of the town. I think we need to recognize the need to grow. We recognize the need for new development. I'd like to thank the representatives of ZOM and the South Shore Plaza for their excellent presentations this evening on their proposals. I hadn't had a whole lot of chance to study the latest proposal before this evening, but those presentations were very informative. I think that many of the concerns that were raised last year and before still exist. With residential development, there's a question of where the residents are going to park. The previous proposals had woefully too few parking spaces for the residents. Woefully, I mean, when we've got even a one-bedroom residence and it's allocated one parking space, typically a one-bedroom apartment might be inhabited by a couple, and guess what? They have 2 adults, they have 2 cars. That unit needs 2 parking spaces. And if there are more bedrooms, more parking spaces are needed. There also needs to be parking spaces for the staff of the apartment complex, the office staff, the maintenance staff, et cetera, and so forth. And if there's mixed development with commercial use as well, there needs to be parking spaces for the employees of those businesses and the customers of those businesses, which the plan we saw a year ago did not include. I'm not sure what's in the details of this plan, but we need to make sure that's adequate. Second thing I noticed in this plan is the revenue projections. Well, revenue projections are great, but we also need to look at what expenses for additional services will this facility generate for the town. And historically, residential development generates far more expenses than revenue. If that happens here, this residential development doesn't help close the gap, it makes the gap bigger. And again, I will be very interested to see what the independent audit shows, the independent analysis, as we move forward. If this were a simple proposal to take the residential lots that the South Shore Plaza has acquired, the lots on Lakeside Drive and Bonneville Road and Silver Road, and convert that property to highway business zoning compatible with the rest of the plaza so that that real estate could be merged into the South Shore Plaza lot and used for similar purposes. I think that is a proposal that makes a lot of sense, because now that there's no access to that road, to that area from the residential neighborhood, it makes sense for it to be part of the zone from which it has access. I would also note that the highway business zone does permit residential development, but the requirements for residential development in a highway business district require adequate buffering to protect abutting residential neighborhoods or other abutting zones. If Zom's proposal were to develop residential use apartments or condos compatible with highway business zoning, there would be no question that that should be approved. We're also dealing with an infrastructure issue. I recently came across online a map of Norfolk County from about 1850. And what was striking is that the roads on that map are largely the main thoroughfares of our town today. Franklin Street, Granite Street, Pond Street, West Street, Washington Street, Hancock Street, Elm Street, etc., all existed. And yet we have a lot denser development than existed back then. We now have a lot of our streets where at various times of the day there are major traffic backups. We need to address the infrastructure, and this also goes to water and sewer lines, electricity, gas if gas is needed, other infrastructure. Not only can it be gotten to that location, but are the larger distribution pipes and electrical buses and what have you adequate? Do they have adequate capacity to supply the increased demand? I'm also reminded, with regard to increased residential development, that we have just approved zoning overlays to permit a lot of high-density housing in this town, especially in close proximity to the MBTA stations. I think before we go look to develop more high-density housing, it might be wise and prudent to step back and take a look at what is going to come from what's already been approved and see where that leads us. There's really no need to rush into something more. We really need to look for more commercial development, because commercial development traditionally generates far more in tax revenue than it consumes in public services. And that's the thing that will really help the town's revenue picture. So I think that this proposal for a special zoning overlay district should be put on pause until we have a clearer picture of what's going on. And I'm not sure that this proposal is the right proposal for that location. It might be, it might not be. Perhaps also, I think the last time I was here, there was some discussion of seeing a master plan for the future development of the entire South Shore Plaza property. And that also would be very helpful context. Thank you very, very much for your time and for your consideration.
Good evening, Chairman Crowha, members of the board and administration. Stephen O'Brien, I live on Pilgrim Road. I believe many of you were here last time, not all of you, because you're a new guy, when this came up. And I'm going to kind of keep it brief because pretty much a lot of people have said many things that I was going to say, particularly that last speaker talking about the rezoning, the MBTA rezoning. Let them go do that over in the MBTA rezoning, because we got plenty of space over there that's been rezoned. Allow that to happen over there. It'll be fine over there. I wasn't happy with the rezoning, admittedly. You can look at my record. However, that's available for them. Let them go do it over there. I also would like to perhaps see, and this doesn't pertain to you, but it pertains to the parties behind me, I'd also like to see something done with the Lord and Taylor building first. Let's get that Lord and Taylor building generating tax revenue and not lying fallow. So I'd like to see that happen first before anything. The presenter for the team, when he first got up, discussed things that have changed. And what is the one common denominator that has changed that allowed them to come back with this proposal? And that is the leadership in the executive branch. So I would argue that the leadership in the executive branch may want to take note of the fact that this was already turned down, and I would ask her to seriously consider what the previous administration said. And ultimately, I would like rinse and repeat. It was voted down before. Please vote down the changes again. Regardless of the marketing, as a previous speaker mentioned, Councilor Shasha, who did a much better job of the detailed analysis on the plaza, I'm going to ask that you deny or at least send a negative recommendation to the council against changing the zoning to allow this to happen. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, and thank you for staying late. I do apologize. I could have gone on, but I thought I'd keep it succinct. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for sticking with us. I am going to turn it over to staff. Director Santucci Razzi, we do have the staff report dated August 12th. Is there anything else at 11 o'clock that, no?
Madam
Any
Chair,
other
thank
items
you.
you'd like
I'll
to
be
give an
I'll be
overview on?
brief. Just to kind of cover very briefly in the staff report, no formal recommendations at this time. We have been working on the peer review solicitation. We're also going to be hosting a meeting with all our department heads and peers to solicit their concerns, questions, and feedback. And then we will also be working with the applicant team and fine-tune combing the language and just making sure that what's proposed is complete and comprehensive as it relates to the PUD application. And I've made some suggestions of some of those things in the staff report. So I'll be meeting with Frank and the team from ZOM to go over those items. So that's pretty much what's going to be on deck for the department for the next, before the next meeting. The peer solicitation is due back on Monday, at which time we will select a firm. Whether or not that report can be completed before the next meeting is yet to be determined. But in minimum, we would like to have the selected consultant come to the next meeting and talk about what findings or any type of research and work that they have begun working towards that, if in fact it is not completed before the next meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Turn to the members. Member McCamey, do you have any questions or comments at this time?
No, not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Member Kent?
It is unusual when Mr. McCamey doesn't have any comments, but as it turns out, I do. And in no particular order, but thank you all for your input and your presentations. I think it was particularly useful to see Simon Properties at this event this evening, as well as ZOM. I think really in the earlier versions, ZOM was new to New England, it's new to Massachusetts, it's new to Braintree, and it's helpful to have both parties in the room. there was, a lot of facts presented tonight, a lot of opinions, a lot of speculation, and more than a little bit of sarcasm as well. But I think a couple of things that I picked out of this is, I think it would be very helpful for this board to be planning rather than reacting, and that would be helpful if we saw, what are you thinking about, Simon, with the whole 110 acres, not just these 7? If whatever that used to be, the movie theater there, if they started to not perform, and, would we see a proposal for another 100+ units in that location? Or are there other locations besides the 7 acres? Looking specifically at the 7 acres that are presented, the parking lot from what used to be the 99 seems to have crept east, I guess, and maybe there's an opportunity to move these some of these buildings further towards where the 99 used to be. In some of the North Braintree Civic Association, I think they were noting that current zoning allowed for something between 40 and 75 units or something like that. So it's 75 versus 325. The range is narrowing, I guess. Hopefully there's a way to work through that. I get it that malls need to evolve. I get it that the evolution includes living spaces. Simon, continue to operate in good faith. Share your plan and your work with the town, work with the neighbors. Zom, you have a great reputation in the South and the West. This is your first project in Massachusetts. Please don't take this the wrong way, but please don't bring the Texas playbook to the Massachusetts table. And try to, perhaps use this as if we go forward, as your laboratory project for how developments work in New England, and particularly in the greater Boston area. I'm doing pretty good for 11 o'clock. I'm virtually incoherent, but I'll finish this out. Simon Properties, your revenue, your publicly traded real estate investment trust, you figured that out, that business out, you're at the top of the game. You had $5.65 billion in revenue in 2023, $5.3 billion in 2022, an operating income of $2.8 billion roughly in each of those 2 years, and half your operating expenses are depreciation, so your cash flow is pretty good. Again, the 6.7 million or 7 million or whatever the sales price is for the 7 acres isn't going to really impact the top line or the bottom line. So perhaps try to bring some ESG thoughts to this process and this situation. ESG being environmental, social, and governance principles for those who aren't up to the date in the financial acronyms, but it sometimes forces boards and companies to look a little broader and deeper than short-term profits and benefits of the current shareholders. So that would be my thoughts to you. And I think I will cease and desist at this point. One other point. We do want to acknowledge that South Shore Plaza is the largest taxpayer in this town at over $7 million. The next 6 taxpayers together are at about $7.2 million. So we certainly appreciate what you bring to the town. And we want you to be successful, and we want Braintree to be successful. And how that plays out with respect to this housing development, hopefully we can work something out that's good for everybody. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Member Kane, do you have anything you want to ask or comment at this time?
Just a couple of things. First, I'd like to say pretty much everything Board Member Kent said. Very much agree with. I think it would be great to see a bit more of a flushing out of what a master plan would look like at the South Shore Plaza. We saw an example of the mall in, what was it, Minneapolis or Minnesota? That was some insight, but more specifically, what does a 5-10 year plan look like? I mean, my company, we certainly dive into forecasting. I assume it's no different for Simon Company and certainly for the mall itself. So a little bit more insight, I think, would go a long way towards the community and helping them to have a vision for what it is exactly that they're looking at down the line. Second thing would be, Zom, out of curiosity, do you, is a branch of your business at all involved in condo development, or are you strictly in the apartments only?
The question is, do we do condo
Yeah.
for sale product? No, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all rental. It has been for decades.
Yep, understood. And that's quite common in the development space. You usually specialize in one or the other. Again, it's a totally different clientele when it comes to condo development, just speaking off of my experience in the industry. When you're building for condos, you're delivering to people who are very particular. You care a lot more about the finished product, as you can imagine. So everything from paint color to small dents in your trim boards, everything is a lot more critical. And that's why a lot of developers do want to stay away from or stick with apartments. It gives them more control. And then the final question would be the MBTA zoning requirements. So whether we like it or not, or however people feel, I mean, this was equally as contentious when I sat for the zoning discussions at that point. But as far as I understand it, 25% of our current housing stock needs to be available for rezoning in order to stay in line with the MBTA zoning requirements. Would this housing count towards that value or towards that housing requirement?
If I may, through the chair, we have created 4 districts, and this particular location is not in one of those districts.
So because it doesn't fall in there, then it would not count towards that 25%?
It does not, the units generated by anything at this location is not included in that count, no.
Is there the ability to rectify, to include, because it sounds to me like there is very much the possibility that the South Shore Plaza continue, if everything goes well, this may or may not be the last housing development, or if it goes poorly and it doesn't pass, it won't be anything here. But the point being that would it be advantageous for the town to think about, more than just the zones that we have right now? Could this be another supplemental zone?
It could be, yes. We haven't looked at that in detail. We haven't heard back from EOHLC on our current zoning yet. I would be reluctant to make any amendments until we hear about,
Sure.
Where we stand on the current stuff. But this location, because the half mile is not really in play anymore.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Well, we've met the half mile requirements with the
Okay.
current zoning. I'm almost 100% positive it would be. I'd have to just look at the size of this particular area. There's some other requirements about the size of districts. And it likely would require a little bit more land than what's on the table here.
Got it. The last thing I'll say, as a millennial myself, who commutes into the city every day, buses are great when they run on time, but the buses that we have in Braintree run about 35 to 50 to an hour in between. I think to depend on the 2:30, I think is the bus that goes to South Shore Plaza as a commuter is an impractical solution. It's probably, Zom, I'm sure it's something you'll look at is, shuttle buses, which, the Avalon Apartments and similar apartments where many of my millennial friends do live, they have shuttle buses that would go to the Red Line, something to that effect, which would help also alleviate a lot of the concerns of residents about traffic. So those were the questions and comments I had.
Thank you. All right, and I just want to start off by saying thank you to the applicant, to the neighborhood groups, the counselors, and the residents who participated in all of the pre-hearing meetings that were held. I think that that was very well done this time around, with a lot of different opportunities for people to comment and ask questions. So I do want to acknowledge that work that was put in ahead of time. I do have some more specific questions with respect to the ordinance itself that was proposed, and I know there will be follow-up meetings with planning staff to talk about that, but some of the questions that were raised dealt with whether the neighborhood protections flow into this zoning proposal, and as the numbers are laid out, it is somewhat of a subset, but it's not that clear to me either, and so I would just want to add some language that all of the factors in 612, including those what I'll call protective factors in 612F, are specifically incorporated in here. And to the extent that we can work it into the dimensional table or elsewhere that makes sense, I think it would be helpful also to have limitations built in here such that the units can't be more than what's proposed at the 325. The setback from the property line closest to Flaherty can't be any closer than shown on the setback, shown on the concept plan, and that the landscaping berm be at least a minimum height shown on the concept plan. Those seem to be really important items with the neighborhood, and although I know that they're still not as good as the neighborhood things, I want to make it clear, if it goes forward, that those things are built in to not be any less than what's proposed. And the only sort of last specific comment on the zoning, one of the items in the zoning that was looked to be updated with the comprehensive rezone that didn't go through was specific traffic mitigation. We do have a more general traffic mitigation section in there, but whether we can look at specific requirements for mitigating traffic impacts, whether that be a per vehicle rate for monetary contributions or off-site improvement, some sort of more specific language with respect to the traffic. And I think that also goes into the Simon question, which is, what does that look like? And I don't know how practical it is to come in with a plan or not a plan, but some sort of additional promise from Simon as far as the money that it receives from the sale, having some reinvestment in the mall more specifically. And you know, I'm hesitant to set out what that looks like, whether it's reinvestment in 6 months, a year, 2 years. But I think that some feedback on that would be helpful to satisfy some of the concerns as well. And that's all that I have for this evening. I do understand from the staff report we're working on the peer review for the fiscal impact, which I think will answer a lot of questions to have that independent review. And so I thank you for submitting the money to have that done so that the town can hire that and get the feedback. So if there's any members that have any other comments, we can do that now, or else be looking for a motion to continue. Any other members have a comment? All right, then I guess we'll be looking for a motion to continue to September 10th.
So move.
Motion by member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And now we just thank you. All right, that was the last item. So now just a motion to close the public hearing tonight.
So move.
Motion by member Kent. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by member McCamey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you.